gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening, everybody out there in YouTube land? It is Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I am your host, Jeffrey, and I have some guests. I have some cool guests. Not that all my guests aren't cool, but you guys are like extra special cool, man. Because I got some of my buddies here in the music industry and bands that I love. I've got Mr. Derrick Vella from Tomb Mold and Dream Unending and solo work and all kind of cool stuff that he's going to fill us in a minute on. And next to me this way, I've got my new friend, Mr. Steve Jansson from Crypt Sermon, Daeva. What else you got going on? Is there another project too?
That's it for now.
That's it for now. It's enough, right? Guys, what is up? We are here tonight to talk about Anathema. I believe I can collectively say one of all of our favorite bands of all time, right?
Big
Definitely.
time.
And actually, Derrick and I talked about this probably over a year ago. I think I tried to drag him in last April or May and said, hey, man, I'm going to do this. It only took me 14 months to get here. But once...
better late than never, man.
Yeah. Once Steve gave me the impetus to get going on it, I was like, you know what? I'm going to make this happen. I'm going to hit Derrick. And then my buddy Jimmy should join us for part 2. And I might have a special guest for that, too. So we'll see what's up with that. Another Canadian guitar player. I'm working on bringing him on board for part 2. So... Steve, what you got going on, man? Like, what's happening now? You've got a lot of upcoming cool stuff happening with Crypt Sermon. What else is going
on? Just this Decibel Magazine Beer Metal Fest in Denver for Crypt. We're working on some stuff for next year. We're scheduled to play Up the Hammers in Greece, and working on some other things that aren't confirmed right now, but kind of getting next year rolling. Daeva's playing in Oslo on January 3rd or something like that.
Wow.
The exact date.
Is that at a fest or
yeah.
Opening? Okay, what fest is that?
It's called Orgivum Satanicum.
Oh, cool.
It's like a black metal festival, but it's got some cool shit on the lineup. So first time.
Any bands you want to see playing?
Yes, actually. I feel like a moron because I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but Rune Eriksson's band Ream is
yeah
live show. I'm super excited to see that because he's one of my very favorite guitarists ever.
That's awesome.
Like Mortuary Drapes playing, Kraft's playing,
cool.
Darvaza's playing.
Okay.
It's gonna be sick.
That's a good lineup. Yeah. And if you, maybe I shouldn't say anything, but you mentioned you were working on something with Daeva. Can you mention that or no?
Starting, slowly getting rolling on a new album. It's hard because as you guys know, within the last year, I've become a dad, and I work a full-time job, and my wife and I work opposite schedules. So the time that I have to like really sit down, and a lot of the writing we do is at the space. Because it's very momentum-based music, so a lot of times I have and frankly, like the energy is been a little challenging, but it's we got stuff coming on. I guess I don't know. It's kind of cool. I've been writing it on a 7-string. I just got a 7-string, so it's kind of a new, exciting journey for me. So
very sick.
Yeah. I almost went with a 7 arrow, Steve. I went with a 6 instead because I'm. Small hands, small fingers, 7-string. Every time I try to play it, I feel like I'm stupid. I don't know why. I just feel like I'm looking at the guitar like, what the hell does this other string do, man? Like, other than a chug string, what do I do with it,
No, dude, I fake it till I make it. Like, it's definitely like a little disorienting at first, but you keep telling, like, your mind, you keep telling yourself, like, dude, it's just one extra string. Like,
yeah, right.
No, I felt that way anytime I've tried like a 5-string bass or something.
Yeah,
it just feels unnatural because I'm not used to it, right?
Yeah.
Like,
you wonder how Tosin went from 6 to 8 to 9, and you're like, Man, that is way too fucking many things.
I think guys like that though have just like this very transparent, clear visual of where they are all the time on the fretboard, so that it's probably not that hard for them.
Yeah, and they're usually
built
those guys are theory beasts too, and I'm not a theory guy at all. I'm sorry, I'm too old for it. I'm too lazy for it. I've tried. It just never makes any sense to me. So
I'm not really either. You know, I kind of unfortunately. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be like guitar player of the century anymore. Like
right.
When I was a kid, now it's just kind of a technique and stuff like that. It's just sort of a tool for the music I want to make. But I never admittedly and unfortunately put the time in needed to really like become a really learned guitar player. Like I know, you know, enough for what I do, but I never really dove that deep into it.
Yeah. D, what you got going on, man? What's happening now? You just got off a big tour about a month and a half ago. You're probably well rested from that, and you know.
Yeah, it was a really good tour with Tomb Mold went on the road with Horrendous and
awesome, Bill. Yeah.
Fantastic shows. Like we were so blessed. We didn't have like one dud in it. It was crazy. It was really good. Shows like really caught me by surprise that like, you know, there are certain cities you play where you're just like, well, we kind of know that'll be good. Like when we play a city like Philadelphia,
right? Of course.
City like Brooklyn, you know, Boston. It's like, okay, we know those are good, but like, you know, we rolled into like Kansas City on like a Sunday night and like the venue was full. It was just like, holy smokes. Like, you know, that kind of stuff like really took me by surprise for sure. And I was really pumped on it. And it was fun to play guitar for a bunch of nights in a row. And it was fun to like, I took my quad Cortex out on the road for that tour and that was sick. Man, I was such a hater of that thing until I heard Steve use it at Decibel.
I need somebody to teach me how to fucking use this thing. I'm too stupid. I'm an old man.
YouTube, man. Every question, I just search questions on YouTube and someone's got a video about it. But I definitely had a bias against them, mostly because, you know, DSP companies and stuff like that, usually the people that they have promoting the product is a style of music that I don't like.
Right.
And they all are chasing a sound that I don't like.
Right. Yep.
And then I saw you use it at Decibel Metal and Beer with Daeva, and I was just like, holy crap, like that sounds so good. And I was trying to look for your amp, and then after I was like, what were you using? He's like, oh, I got a quad Cortex. I was like, oh, and then like I think like that, and then a couple weeks later, Tumult went and played a show, like a festival in Austin, Texas. And there were a couple bands, Lunar Chamber and this band called Severus, and they were all using like, floor modeling units.
Yeah.
And we were very fortunate that the backline was very good at the show. But anytime I'm using a head that I'm not super used to, like a dual rec or something like that, and working with the effects loop, how are my pedals going to work with this head, with this effects loop? And I was just sort of like, I gotta simplify this. And now the thing is when I'm at home working with it, like I have that Seymour Duncan power amp, but I have like a 212 orange cab, like in my study. So I still use like all my like sweet Strymon pedals with it. Cause like, while I like a lot of the onboard effects on it are amazing, there's just like certain things where I'm like, this is the sound I know.
That's the sound I know I want. Yeah.
But kind of sculpting even like a wider range of things using that along with like my boutique pedals has been like just life-changing.
Yeah.
You still like yours, Steve?
Oh man, it's fucking incredible. So that's the thing. I know, especially for you explore a lot of different sounds with like Dream Unending and you use lots of different things. So, for me, I really don't use a lot of effects. I use a bit of delay and verb for like a lead sound and some chorus in the clean. I don't use a whole lot, but it's fun to have. Like one thing I have been using a lot on it is like cranking the shimmer reverb for like landscape stuff. There's been a lot of
totally, dude,
doing a lot of that. But no, man, my Mark V's tubes went out. And tubes are like $1 million right now.
Yes, they are.
And I remember just being like, oh, like I gotta spend $500 on fucking tubes, and I'm only really realistically gonna take this amp out to a local show maybe once this year. And it's so I just got the bug. I was like, I'm tired of using cruddy fest backlines. I'm gonna, these things sound amazing, and they're simple. I'm lazy. I want to travel light.
Dude, they travel so well. They travel so well.
Well, it makes all the sense in the world. It just makes all the sense in the world.
Well, yeah. I got really lucky too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say that Decibel show, by the way, was the first time I ever used it live. So I was kind of scared. I was pretty scared.
Were you?
No, the first show I used it at was like a kind of bigger show here. We were playing with an old 90s screamo band, Orchid, as they were doing some reunion shows, and I was just like, I don't know how it's going to sound in a big venue, and I hadn't really like totally dialed it in, but like I got through it. But I got really lucky is that Gator Cases hooked me up with an actual like hard case for the Quad Cortex, and it's like an XL sized one, so I can keep the power amp like beneath it and just have it all in like, so like that like handheld carrier plus like my little Kiesel guitar, like I travel so light now if I have to go like play a show, as long as there's a cab there or something, because I haven't really tried using like front of house like PA stuff. I don't know if you have.
No, I the idea of not having like sound on stage from behind me just like kind of
scary. Very scary.
My whole life, so I just need.
It's so weird catching like Cynic, Paul and Max. I don't know the new dude's name, but they're just using straight up. They're just straight going into the PA.
I mean, they've got in-ears though,
right?
And I think they're playing to a click track probably.
Oh, they definitely are
playing. The drummer is for sure.
The drummer is, yeah.
But
it's so weird watching it because you just like when the heavier ballsier sections come in, you're like, what the fuck, man? It just doesn't make any sense because you're not seeing.
Yeah, it's a bizarre visual experience.
Yeah.
But now the thing I really like about the Quad, and then this will wrap up my thing, is now since I've been home, I've been writing a new Dream Unending record, and what's been really fun about that is I kind of just really like playing my Kiesel now because it's like the greatest guitar I've ever played.
That's the red one, right? The red one?
It's the red one.
Okay.
And now that I have it, I'm just like, well, using the QC, I can just sculpt out different amp heads and sounds and just try to use like one guitar, but with all these different amp configurations. Yeah. So I'm not getting any like sort of doubling sound, but I'm getting enough range. But like, I don't know like if you've ever had to fight with this, but when I was working on the second Dream Unending record, Song of Salvation, that one has a lot of guitar on it, like 2 or 3 different guitars at once always. And I'd be fighting with like using different guitars and making sure they were all kind of synced up like pitch wise. You know what I mean? Because like your 5th fret on a string on one guitar, even if
off,
and fighting with that is brutal. So I'm just like, well, what if I just strip down that side and I just kind of I'm able to build out more of the amp side, and like using this thing I can. And demoing is a breeze because it's an amazing workstation.
How long have you both had yours?
Like probably like 6 months at like the most.
Yeah, I got mine back in November, so it's almost a year.
Yeah, I had maybe 7-8 months, something. I don't even remember.
And what's cool is there's interface with the archetypes now, so you don't just have
for sure.
I have the Mesa 2. I have the Petrucci, which is fucking incredible.
Oh, yeah.
And the Gojira, which I just got when they did this switchover at the end of July. I haven't even checked that one out yet. And those fucking sounding insane, man. But it's like I am the quintessential dumbass when it comes to gear. Like I cannot, it's
the most user-friendly of the amp modeling systems, though, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, so since I've been home, I've been working on a Dream Unending record. I've been playing fingerstyle guitar a lot.
Yes, you have, yeah.
And in the meantime, actually, about a year ago, me and my bandmate from Dream Unending, Justin, we actually recorded a record for a different project that we still haven't put out because I've been trying to get artwork done for it. But at some point, we're going to self-release an LP that we did. It was myself, him, the live bassist of Tomb Mold, Kevin Sia, played on it, and Phil Swanson, formerly of Summerland, sang on the whole thing.
Ooh.
And it's like a rock record. Like it sounds like if you like took Chris Isaac, Jeff Buckley, and Dire Straits and kind of just put it in a blender.
Do it.
So that was fun. That was fun to make. So
cool.
I'm kind of hoping we can get that out soon.
That sounds fun. That sounds fun. Steve, you guys you have the Denver thing coming up with Crypt Sermon, and you also have Really cool. You're doing Hell's Heroes, which they finally announced that whole lineup. That's a killer lineup. Oh my god.
Awesome.
And then you're going to Greece. Is that right?
Yeah, in March or April. I'll have to double check before.
How fucking badass is that, man? That's pretty.
Well, we were supposed to play there in 2020, and it's kind of a fucked up story because we were like, it was the day, like pretty much of the lockdown.
Oh wow, March.
Started, yeah, we were like gonna take a train to Newark, New Jersey, and just figure it out. But then we just saw that everyone was dropping off the festival, and then it got it became what it was,
right?
Super chaotic and stressful. So we jumped off too, but it was, thank God, because I know a lot of people flew over there and got stuck over there for like weeks, and then like some people found out the festival was canceled while they were in the air.
Oh shit! So, all that money.
Yeah.
I mean, but it could be worse. You could be going to like freaking like Siberia. Instead, you're going to Greece. That's kind of a pretty cool place to end up going and get stuck in. With even
I vaguely think one band landed in Switzerland, and then they pretty much just had to turn around and come home immediately. No. Which is probably like a 12-hour flight. Then you just got to turn around, or I don't know how long, but long enough that it's going to be a huge pain in the ass to do it back to back.
Last thing here, and then we'll get started. I have to say, unfortunately, both of you guys, every time I come out to see you guys, I get fucking horribly sick. I came out to see you guys in Baltimore, Derek.
Yep.
And 2 days later, I woke up going, oh no. Oh, tested. It wasn't COVID, but it was bronchitis.
Just
like
down bad, yeah.
Horrible bronchitis, man, for like 3 weeks. I got over that. And a week later, I come down to see Steve at the Autopsy Decibel 20th.
Oh, right.
And as far as I know, like half the fucking crowd got sick at that thing. Like Alex told me he got sick from IMO. You told me, Steve, you got sick. Enrique got sick.
I was a little under the weather. Yeah.
I had COVID, though. I got COVID. And for me to get COVID is very dangerous. Yeah. So I tested negative on the 16th. I'm still feeling like shit because of my other issues. So it's very bizarre. Every time I say to Matt, to Knox, every time I see him, I'm like, dude, I'm just not coming out to see you anymore because when I come out, I get fucking sick and shit. So,
poor guy, man.
But it's a great trade-off because knowing me and meeting me, you know how amped I am for both you guys and your careers, and love watching you guys play. And you're awesome live, both your bands, all your bands. We haven't seen Dream Unending yet, though.
Yeah, maybe next year.
Maybe. But let's move on. Let's get into the topic of tonight's discussion. We're gonna deep dive the Anathema catalog from 1990 through 2001. And I wanted to ask each of you, and Steve, since you're up first, I'll start with you. Where, when, and how did this band kind of come into your purview as far as, and in addition to that, like where do you kind of rate them in importance of your metal dictionary of favorite bands and things like that?
So I remember very, very clearly when I heard about him and discovered him. I don't have the issue here. It's stashed away at my parents' house, and I don't want to digress too much, but I accused my mom for years of throwing all my old Metal Maniacs magazines away. But then they moved out of my childhood home, and I found them all, and I was super stoked.
I bet.
But it was the April 2000 issue of Metal Maniacs. I randomly got it at the grocery store, and my world was still pretty small. Like with metal, I knew the basics, I guess, quote unquote, like
Metallica and all those kind of bands.
I bought this issue of Metal Maniacs, and I just thumbed through it, and it was all these bands I'd never heard of before. So I was at the time, it was like a little bit before Napster for me. So I would just look up bands, and then I would like go on the internet. You remember cdnow.com?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I would like listen to little sound bites to see what the band sounded like. And either way, this issue had a best of 99 metal albums list, and Anathema kept coming up with Judgment. So they were just kind of a band like, oh, Anathema, right? I keep seeing this name. I'm gonna, check them out. And I was at the mall one day, and they had a copy of Silent Enigma on the shelf, and I just kind of bought it just because I kept seeing the name Anathema. And it's kind of funny, like that album clicked with me way quicker than now that I think about it, it seemingly shouldn't have, because I was still listening to just like fast whatever,
Right.
crazy shit at the time. But one day it like really clicked, and I just like got super obsessed with it, and I got super obsessed with the band. I had to have everything. I actually still have over here the same copy I got when I was a kid. Like the scratching barely works anymore, but
Of course.
still have it.
Well loved. Yeah. So that was 2000, you say?
2000, yeah.
Okay, and you'd have been, you don't have to tell your exact age, but were you a teenager?
Yeah, I
Okay.
was. So it was like, if it was April. So I was like 14. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you were a kid then, yeah.
And fun fact, I used to frequent the Anathema chat room. I was a fucking nerd. I was in
Lurker. You were a
I had
lurker.
regs. We were in there all the time. It was at blackmetal.com.
Ah,
Yeah. So
I kind of missed that. That I missed. Derrick, how about you? Where, when, and how did they come into your
I didn't get into them till later in my life, but probably the first doom band that was really on my radar back when I was getting into metal was Paradise Lost.
Yeah, of course.
And then that was probably the first band I heard from Peaceville, because I didn't know Doom was on Peaceville, so they don't really count to me. But I think through that I learned about My Dying Bride, and I learned about Anathema. This also would have been in like a swing of like just trying to get into any Death Doom stuff, and what was kind of like, if I remember, like the bands that really clicked for me was stuff like those early Septic Flesh records, the stuff that had a super melodic edge, or
Right.
Either that or just things that had really nice clean sections. I mean, like if anyone's ever listened to Dream Unending, I like long-winded clean sections.
Oh, absolutely. And you can hear a lot of Anathema in those.
And I mean, the record that kind of did me in with Anathema is Silent Enigma. It's like a perfect record to me. And it wasn't the first one I heard. Like it's funny because sometimes you listen to a band and you'll get stuck on one record, or you'll give up after one record. You know what I mean? So for a while, I think the only thing I ever heard from Anathema was like the Crestfallen EP, which I thought was like, oh, it's fine. It's good. And then I heard Serenades and I was like, this is good. And you can hear like, well, we'll get to that later. But when I heard Silent Enigma, that one, like, I mean, that record, like I still go back to it as like a well of inspiration. You know what I mean?
Well, it's the beginning of Mark II. If you want to go by the Deep Purple sort of thing, it's Mark II or Mach 2, and it's
for sure.
It's a huge change in many different ways that I'll get into with my analysis.
And a band that I liked along with them that I felt kind of had a similar path in a way was Catatonia.
Oh yeah.
Especially Brave Murder Day. Like there's just some gorgeous moments on that record. So that stuff I liked. And then like, as I got further into their catalog, the more I realized I was like, I just like this band the further they go. Like the more they get away from like the root of like how they started, like the more I found it interesting, because the songwriting changes. Like it's like you hear this band get better at writing songs, or at least like better at communicating via music, like what they want to say, or just like learning new things. Like it's like playing guitar, right? Where you're like, I want to do this thing that's, sounds a little different. That's why you learn some theory, right? Like just little things like that. Introduction of piano, like especially on like Alternative 4.
The synths coming in, the orchestration.
Yeah, especially like, Silent Enigma is where like around that time, I think they had a synth player when they were playing some shows, right? Like especially like, there's that really good live concert. It's like somewhere in Poland, and they have like a dedicated keyboard guy up there and stuff.
I think it's Les Smith. I think Les Smith ended up playing with Cradle of Filth, I believe, at some point in time in the future. Then I'll note all those things, but you nailed exactly what I say and will say a lot throughout this, is the compositional skill keeps leveling up.
It's crazy.
And
It's so
Danny was the primary songwriter, but they had a number of songwriters in that band.
Well, that's the thing. Is like I feel like they were all contributing one way or the other. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And
Yeah.
what's missing from Weather Systems is it sounds like it's all Danny. You don't hear the Vince effect. You don't hear the John Douglas effect. And I would contend that as stellar as Danny is as a composition writer, as a rock writer, as a songwriter, the effect of having Vince, John, Lee when she becomes part of it, Duncan Patterson, holy fuck, where do you hear me just jizz all over that guy? Sorry, I don't mean it that way, but I'm just going to talk about what an incredible fucking songwriter that guy is on Alternative 4 and Eternity.
Oh,
I mean,
incredible. Yeah.
And it just, they just were very different. Like, as much as I love Paradise Lost, and I love Paradise Lost. In fact, I just got Lost Paradise Sunday. I'd never had that. And I was like, fuck, why don't I own this? But they are sort of, Greg is the main songwriter and Nick is the contributor, and that's kind of what you get. And Greg,
well, yeah, it's kind of how I feel about My Dying Bride. Like, I like that band a lot, but like, you know, you could probably put on one record and tell me it was a different record of them, and I'd be like, oh yeah, right.
Exactly.
Like, to me, like, there's a sort of, they all kind of sound the same. It's like how I feel about Opeth. Like, I love Opeth.
Yep.
I'm gonna go see them this month.
So
but like,
twice.
Aside from, what's the clean record? That's the best one. Damnation.
Damnation is amazing.
Like, that record is like, I think that's the best Opeth
But
record.
you also hear the Steven Wilson influence in that album a lot too.
I do, but it's like their heavy stuff. Like, I like it, but like I always go back to just one record for them. You know what I mean?
No kidding.
Yeah, I only really listen to Your Arms, My Hearse. Like,
wow, how about
I like
that?
the other ones. But it's just like it's just the one I picked. You
That's
know what
what
I mean?
a lot of people would agree with that. I'm more a Blackwater Park or Still
yeah,
Life
I have that one too. Like, it's it's great, but but with Anathema, like, every record kind of scratches a different itch for me.
Exactly.
Which is like there's like 9 or 10 plus good itches to scratch with that band, and like, how many metal bands can you say that about, right?
And that's the
thing.
thing.
The thing is, they're not a metal band by like album 6 or whatever.
By album, I say even
5,
sooner
maybe.
than that. Actually,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and the thing about them is, while they have some similar, Danny does have a similar melodic sense. Often, he tends to like certain sounds, so to speak, melodic, note choices.
Yep.
Virtually every song from Silent Enigma on up is just very different on every album. And that is, again, that nexus of all the different writers and the influences coming in, and it's so cool. So now, being the old man here, unfortunately, I have that dubious distinction. The first album I got was the last one we're going to talk about today, Fine Day to Exit. And I went backwards. But I realized when I got that album, and I got it because there was a lot going on right around that year with Porcupine Tree, and I was very tied in with that band. I'm good friends with Steven and all the guys in the band, and I worked for their manager and did all kind of shit for them back in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I don't remember whether it was Steve might have mentioned them or I'd seen the name a lot, and I was like, I gotta check this band out. But it was a Fine Day to Exit. But here's the weird part: when I was in college, which I went to college for 2 years, dropped out, and then went back after 5 years. When I went back in the early 90s, they had a killer college radio station at Millersville College, where I went to. It's now Millersville University. And I actually even tried to work on the radio station, but shit got weird, and I had a girlfriend, and it was just a strange time at that time. Never ended up doing it, but they used to do these album-length sides that they would play at night.
Oh, nice. On
the radio, I don't even remember the call letters, 91.7, I think it was. And I would tape stuff with my cassette, my cassette deck in my what's the word I'm trying to think of? Unit, the different things. You didn't end all in one. I had a tape deck, and I remember recording something, and it turns out that what I actually recorded was Pentecost III. And I didn't know it until later when I went, wait a minute, this sounds like And I remember being like, I never could figure out what the album was or who the artist was. They never said it, but it dawned on me. I'm like, fuck, that's that album, man.
Oh yeah.
So it really was back then that I actually heard them, but it was later on when I actually started getting into the band. So once A Fine Day to Exit came in, I fell just head over heels in love with this band and went backward and then stayed current going forward. Now, the last question I'll ask you, and I'll answer it first, is have you seen them live? I have seen them 4 times, twice as a band and 2 times as the duo. The first time I saw them was with Alcest in 2013, I want to say. Were you at that show, Steve, down underground?
I was.
Okay. Did you also notice that like 2/3 of the crowd left after Alcest? Like half the crowd disappeared after Alcest because they were in the middle band.
I honestly don't really remember. I think I stayed for like half their set. There's nothing against those guys, but yeah, my friend Matt Johnson and I were just like so pumped on seeing Anathema, and
yeah,
by the end of the night, even then I think it was becoming old. So I
and if you remember, that was Mammofer opened, which is
Aaron Turner's
Aaron Turner's wife's project, which was cool. And I knew Aaron. I've known him for many, many years. So that was kind of cool to connect with him there. And I'm like, dude. And it was funny because I was wearing a fucking Corrupted shirt. Corrupted, the Japanese doom core band. I'm wearing it, and Aaron was wearing the exact same shirt. And I'm like, dude, did you get the memo or did you get the memo? He's like, what's up with that? So that was the first time I saw him. And then, or the second time I saw them, because I had initially seen them, as I told Steve, you guys earlier, they were supposed to open up for Blackfield, which was Steven Wilson's project with Aviv Geffen, and the rest of the band couldn't come over. That's when they had expanded to a 6-piece. They added that Daniel Cardosa, who was actually on Weather Systems with Danny. He's the only guy that is. And they did 2 shows. I saw them in DC at the 930, and then I saw them at the TLA. And that was amazing. They were so good live as a duo with just using acoustics and a fucking tap tempo and with delay and some maybe a little bit of he was just using a looping pedal, and the 2 of them singing together was just awesome. It was just killer. And then the last time I saw them was for the Optimist in 2018. And it was a weird vibe, man. It was a weird. It's the album I know the least of theirs. In fact, I just got it over the weekend. Haven't even really listened to it, so I didn't really know the material well. And Danny didn't look healthy, man. He didn't look well. He looked really bloated and really like not well. And something was off about the whole thing. They were still great. Don't get me wrong. They were still really good, but just the whole time I kept thinking, there's something weird going on, because Danny was kind of like doing a lot of the intros, which he does live, but he was doing like all of them. It was like Vince was just relegated to being the lead singer, not even talking. It was just very
weird,
strange. So, how about you, Steve? You said you were at one of those shows, right? And you were at the Underground show.
I was at the Underground show, and also the acoustic one they played at the TLA here in Philly.
Okay.
It's a while ago. I mean, I remember the Underground Arts show being particularly great.
Yeah, it was.
And, my good friend Matt, who's how do I describe Matt? It can be a bit of a curmudgeon, bit of a harsh critic, but it was the first time I'd been around Matt in a while where he was like lit up with joy.
Oh, nice. That's killer.
It was a good show. The acoustic show, I remember it only being like, I felt like they only played for like 20 minutes.
20 minutes. It was about 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was about 20 minutes. But I remember one thing I remember about it, I just remembered, was there was this dude there, just this fan, and I got to talking to him, and he was wearing like fucking 4 vintage long sleeve shirts that he was wearing them all at the same time. He started like pulling the shirts up to show me like each shirt that he was wearing. I was like, whoa,
dude,
he should be here right now.
He should be here. You're right. Wow. It was not me, Steve. I promise. I did not have this back then. I had short buzzed hair, but I was there. So, and it's kind of sad. Derrick, you're pretty tied in with Philly, so this, is probably apropos to you. But, other than Underground Arts right now, man, there's just really isn't any good venues down there anymore for metal or hard rock. I mean, TLA doesn't have rock shows ever anymore. The Troc is gone, which sucks because I love that place. And then you got Union Transfer is weird. It's all indie alternative stuff, which I know you and I both like a bit of that, Derek. But I mean, it's not used to be. You know, I've seen Neurosis there, Voivod, Yob, all these places in Union Transfer. There's no metal there anymore that I'm seeing anymore.
It's a shame because the 2 times I've played at Union Transfer, the sound on stage is awesome.
Oh yeah,
it sounds great in there.
Dude, that fucking sound system in there is amazing. And then there's of course the Kung Fu, but no offense to the Kung Fu, that's a shitty fucking venue, man. I know both you guys are there, so I hate that place.
That place just makes me anxious, man.
Fucking, I'm going to see Panopticon next week, and I'm like, God, do I really want to do that, man? Like, I have anxiety when I'm like crushed into a mass of people, and that is such a tiny room. You guys know, I saw you there first time for Clairvoyant, Derek.
Oh yeah.
And it was, I didn't even try to push up into the room. I was like, I was by the doorway. I'm like, I want out of here when I want out of here. So
it's the worst. And there's like, it's venues like that too. It always just bothers me that there's like no backline gear, like cabinets whatsoever. So you got to lug cabs everywhere. Like you can't really put them anywhere. It's just sounds shitty. I played more than my fair share of shows there. And I think the last time I actually played there, my amp exploded, like no joke, it caught on fire. So
everybody has one of those stories, right?
Yeah, like I just was playing and I started smelling like burning rubber, like tires, and I was like,
no way.
And then my amp was like, I like turned around and was smoking. And it was a whole
that venue too. Every time we play like Notorious, it's like the show has to be done by like 10 p.m. And you need your gear out of here by like 10:15 or something. Like it's like we've got a DJ night happening. Get out. Those are always the worst because you don't even have like a minute to just hang out. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But that's okay.
But it is what it is. I'm going to be going down there on the 7th to see Panopticon. I am coming down to see. I don't know if Derek, you won't be there, but I don't know if you probably won't be there either, Steve. But I'm hoping to go to Milk Boy and catch Dysrhythmia because I'd like to see them live for once. That's coming up tomorrow night. No, next night, the 2nd. So
Wednesday, right?
Yeah. Everybody's coming around right now. Like fucking October and November is like 8 million bands, and there's only so much money. And there's, I'm going up to Brooklyn to see Opeth, and then I've got 7th Row down in DC.
Oh wow.
And there's one day in between, thank God. And there was a Boris show in Philly that night, which I would love to see Boris, but I'm not doing 3 shows in a row. I'm old. I can't handle that.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Derek, have you seen Anathema live at all? No?
Nope. I think the last time they came to Toronto was 2017, and I wasn't really going to shows then. Like, especially not any show that was like costing me more than $20 because I just didn't have $20 to spend on anything.
Yeah.
It's like, and now I know I'm not going to see them, so it's like kind of sucks.
Highly unlikely. It sounds like it.
That's okay. That's okay.
Way. Okay, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to get started into these albums here, so we're not here all night. And I'm just going to cheat a little bit and use the Wikipedia page for just a little tiny bit of a intro to Anathema. They're an English rock band from Liverpool. The group was formed in 1990 by Vincent and Daniel Kavanagh, along with their brother Jamie Kavanagh on bass. Danny and Vince were both guitar players. Drummer and keyboardist John Douglas and vocalist Darren White. The band maintained an active concert schedule throughout their career. They first toured in 1992 with the American death metal band Cannibal Corpse. I was shocked to read that. I'm like, really? Wait, what? Okay, that's interesting. And they've since performed throughout Europe, United States, Central America, Australia, New Zealand, India, Turkey. Latter stages of their career, the band performed at notable venues such as London's O2 Arena, Wembley Arena, and the Palladium, and have also appeared on stage with Stephen Hawking at Starmoose Festival 3. Interesting.
Wow.
I think
wild.
Yeah, and I think Brian May was there too, which is pretty rad.
Wow.
That's pretty prestigious outing.
Yeah, they released 11 studio albums And I think that's where we'll just stop with the history lesson, and we'll jump into these albums. So the first two things we're going to talk about, and I'll bring myself up for a minute, and then we'll start. And what I'm going to do is remind me, because I get stupid, and I tend to go in like the same pattern. Everybody's like, whoa, you should switch it up so that the other person can present their. So remind me of that. If we start with Derrick, remind me when we do Steve, then we'll come back and we'll stay with Steve and come back to Derrick.
Good, man.
I know, but like some people get pissed because they're like, I was going to say that, and you just stole my thunder. So that kind of thing. So I know you're not going to sue me though, but
no.
But yeah, so we're going to start with the demos. I do not own these demos. I've honestly, quite frankly, until a week ago, I can't say that I ever actually even heard them. I hate to admit, I just don't think I did. But I'll let Steve start with these, and when he comes up on, I'm going to pull up the artwork for the one from Metallum. And Steve, why don't you go ahead and start with this album? It's called, or this demo, it's called An Iliad of Woes. And it came out November 25th, 1999. It was an independent cassette release. A couple little notes on it. Has Xerox covers. All the demos had Xerox covers, of course. It was recorded November 23rd through 25th, 1990 at MA Studios in Liverpool. Track 2, Memento Mori, then comes back for Pentecost III and a completely revamped and re-recorded version. So, Steve, go ahead. I'll pull this up while you're talking then.
So I can't really, again, I don't own the tapes either. And I can't say I've listened to them a ton, but I've listened to them, on and off, sprinkled throughout the years. I do remember combing eBay for them back in the day for years. It's for the next demo. I'll get into that later, but I never found a copy of one of these. There's one on Discogs for like
$500. I saw $4.99. Yeah, it's like no.
I don't listen. I'm not like a guy who listens to like a ton of demos regularly.
Me neither.
I know there's
Same.
people who like just live to listen to demos.
Yeah.
But I can't tell if this intrigues me from the historical context of what the band became, or I would give a shit about it if it were anything else.
Great point. That's a great point.
Well, I just revisited it like yesterday and today, and I gotta say I had a lot of fun listening to it. It's way more sinister, I think, than anything they've ever done.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of like verbed guttural vocals, which is real cool. The songwriting's I gotta say, it's also like, it's like 29-minute demo.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
it's an EP. It's essentially an EP. Yeah, it's an EP.
Yeah. There's cool little bits there. It's just a cool, sinister little demo. I love all like the kind of random dive bombs that they were throwing in, which is like totally not
Anathema.
What I associate with them.
Yeah.
But I can't like musically, off the top of my head, like dissect the songs with any sort of like credibility. But I don't know. I think it's a fun listen if you're a big fan of the band. I think it's a really cool like thing to listen to for history.
Well, if you never heard them and you were like, I wonder what this band would sound like if they played death metal. Like that's like this is your best chance.
This
right?
is about as close as you're gonna get.
I feel I think there's like some like kind of like scissor beats on like some of that demo, right? In Iliad of Woes. Like that's the one I know of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's got blast beats and
I
just love hearing Darren's voice just drenched in verb. It's awesome. It works.
Which is the only way his work. I'm gonna get it out right when I'm gonna get it out in the open right now. It's the only way his voice actually works is when it's drenched in verb. He is the one reason I don't visit that early Anathema much. He's just not a good death metal singer for me. We'll get into that when I go through it track by track. When he does his moans, they're far better than listening to him try to do death metal. Although on this one, you're right, Steve. There's a lot more of that, almost a gurgling, Chris Barnesy, but it's just not good. And the other thing, I don't know if you guys agree with this. This sounds like a live rehearsal tape. It does not sound like a multi-track tape at all to me.
It's just it's very cavernous and dark. I think it's a cool little demo.
Derek, did you have any opinions on any of the songs? Because I typically do like a song breakdown. I don't know if you guys don't have to do it that way. It's just how I do it. So anything jump out at you?
I don't listen to this tape far enough to have opinions on songs. To me, It's just like, I mean, when things sound like this, it's more of an experience than anything like individual. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is funny to listen to the demo version of Memento Mori, like the demo version. It's just like
that chugging sort of thing. It's wild.
It sounds like a processor, like through a practice amp, but like a the late 80s, early 90s, like Zoom processor. And
those Zooms. That was my first multi-effects pedal. Oh my God, was that thing stylish. Holy fuck. And I paid crazy money for that fucking thing back then, man. Like $400 for a multi-effects, and it was terrible. Oh God.
I don't want to jump ahead too much but I just don't want to lose my thought. I know that I read somewhere that Duncan Patterson said that they use it's Zoom distortions on Serenades.
Oh,
there you go.
Really?
There you go.
And now this is the era where there's like 3 Kavanaughs, right? Because Jamie plays bass, and he wasn't on any of these studio records though, right? Just
not until I'm trying to think. He comes in later. He was on the Optimist.
Is he on the 7-inch though? Like They Die?
He might
or
be.
Is he already out by that point?
He was out. I think this is the only thing he was on, and then by the time they do All Faith's Lost, Duncan was in the band.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's soon. It's
but
funny
Jamie's
too.
Come and gone though, because he's played live with them several different times. But you're right, he's not really been much in terms of recording, and apparently he does like band management and does like tour TMing and stuff like that, which I didn't really know until
I will say though, like their like death metal logo, like from like the demos and like the 7-inch is kind of sick. Like it actually reminds me of what's that band, Anathema or whatever.
Yeah, this logo is the absolute ruling logo of all logos
for sure. But like I'll hand it to them. At least like the proto death metal logo is kind of awesome.
It's sick. I love it. I love it.
All right, so I'll run through it real quick from a critical thinking standpoint of what I think about this. The first thing is, the sound quality is rough. It's just muffled. It sounds like it's coming to you from a tunnel from beyond. Some of that could be, I'm streaming it from YouTube, so who knows how it was uploaded. And I read in the one stream that I used that it was 7.7% faster than it's actually the original tape speed demo. So there they speeded it up for the download, which is weird.
Perfect.
But again, it sounds like a live rehearsal. It sounds like those death rehearsals you hear on the Relapse reissues with all the the rehearsal shit that they threw on. It's just crude and rudimentary. And Steve and Derek, you both said that you're not much of like a big time demo guy. There are those death metal guys out there that are long in the tooth, like I should be, but I didn't really get into death metal until about 2000. I'm not a big demo dude. Like I listen to a lot. It's kind of cool to see the historical perspective, but they generally don't sound that fucking great. And I want to hear, even my black metal. I'm a wuss. I don't want to hear shit that sounds like a string and 2 cans from 2 porta potties. I just don't want to listen to that shit. It's just not for me.
There's probably more than I actually think I do, and I don't. We're a different band, but I will say I love the early Vader demos.
Oh, okay.
Like,
there you go. Yeah.
And I mean, I get it. There's
the Demolish demos I love. Like the Demolish.
Yeah, those are cool as fuck. Yeah.
Like that band, I think I just love everything that they did. You know what I mean? Like
so weird.
It all serves me well.
But it's just I'm not that guy that goes out and chases demos.
No,
I'm not gonna pay $50 for Iliad. I wouldn't do it. I just was like, I'd probably hardly ever listen to it. That's just kind of the thing. So, but real quick with the songs, Production is pretty much trashy, but it's lo-fi, very bassy. The mix actually makes these songs sound very menacing, Steve. They just have like a fucking evilness to them.
Real dark.
Yeah, like Lord of Mortal Pestilence has some nasty fucking riffs in it, man. Just it's deathy, it's doomy, it's kind of sludge medley at times, man, with the pace of it, because everything is mid-tempo or even down-tempo.
And there's more like, they eventually they dropped it real quick, but I think that's the only time they ever did any kind of tremolo picking ever.
Yep, exactly.
They dropped that real quick.
Now, Memento Mori is the one that they redo and put on Pentecost. They redo the whole thing. And it's weird because that chug is kind of a desert Kayasi type chug in a weird way at times, I think. It just had when it first starts out, but then it's also got that weird sort of, there's Sabbath worship going on in there for sure. Man, White's vocals are rough. They're just difficult for me to get through. The solo part where they get into the chromatic lines, those haunting chromatic lines, is really fucking cool. It's like being seasick when you're listening to this song. It just has that kind of lurching kind of feel, like you're gonna fucking puke or something when you're listening to it. But love that track, man. It's a solid tune. In the Name is kind of a mediocre wank fest. That's the one where they kind of do a lot of shredding on it, and it's not helped by the production on it.
I love how just like blisteringly loud the solos are, and they're just
they just come in and they just fucking attack you. Yeah. But again, that's why I keep thinking it's a live rehearsal, as the quality just sort of dips really badly around that. Echoes of Terror begins with the tremolo stuff. That's the tremolo, kind of punked out too. It's almost got like a punk hardcore energy to it a little bit. It gets pretty.
I remember reading, Danny saying like a lot of the stuff, or somebody in the band, that a lot of that stuff was like, they were into like Napalm Death and everything else going on at the time. So
makes sense.
Yeah, and then Echoes of Terror, I kind of hear a little bit of like a drony death, like an obituary vibe to it, strangely. Like those long, sustaining, fat chords that just sort of hang. And it's kind of weird. There's even a little bit of thrash surf in that song. So a little bit of surfabilly at like in towards the end there. That's really odd. But it's a really solid track. Am I missing one?
No, it's just the 4 songs or whatever, right?
Oh, Lord of Mortal Pestilence. Yeah, so 4. So I give that a 5 out of 10, mainly due to the focus issues, because they really weren't locked in on. They were still developing their sound quite a bit at that point. There is the clear, which you hear it more on the next stuff, but you hear the clear Paradise Lost worship a little bit, particularly the early Gothic and that kind of thing.
One interesting note that I did notice, even for as kind of brutal as the demo is, it became just like a key in their sound is, I think it was, I forget which track, but there's a clean guitar at the end of it.
Yes.
And like even since the demo, they was exploring
flirting with it. Yeah.
Yeah,
which I thought was interesting.
And it gets more and more and more and more a part of their sound with those really crystalline, clean, chorusy, washy sort of sounding guitars, and you get almost like an 80s Sisters of Mercy or Fields of Nephilim vibe with some of that stuff too, which is really killer. But yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's reminiscent a little bit of the Lost Paradise sort of vibe of Paradise Lost, and some MDB kinda, but they broke that mold very quickly, and separated from that sound intensely. So again, that's like a 5 out of 10. I get a little more intense on my Darren White hate campaign coming up here. I don't hate the guy. If he watches this or runs across it, Darren, I'm sorry. I just, different strokes for different folks. So, but yeah, all right. So now we'll start with Steve. I guess I'll let you, or Derek, I'll let you do the All Faiths Lost demo start, and then we'll jump over to Steve and me then.
Well, this one is like where it starts to feel like this is the band, like this is Anathema, right?
Yeah.
Like, And then I guess like 2 of these songs show up again later. Crestfallen and They Die. And I don't know if any other ones were re-recorded as like bonus tracks or anything like that.
No.
No. Okay. But yeah, like this one, like again, I don't really listen to it, but the bones of what they would become is there. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess like only within like what a year they would re-record 2 of those songs for that 7-inch. I mean, They Die. They did like what 3 times, Steve?
4, I think. Was it 3 or was it 4?
Well, actually, 4. Fourth one's like way down the line.
Yeah, coming up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they do Falling Deeper. They do a bunch of. Yeah, that's right. Right.
This one is way more palatable to listen to, though.
Yeah.
Like it sounds okay, but you know, beyond like the curiosity factor, like I don't ever really go back to it. I would say it's the first demo is like it's charming, like you know what I mean. Like that's the thing about demos is like even if you're like this isn't that good, there's like something there. You know what I mean? This one though seems a little bit more like well put together. There's like a little bit more structure with it, and like but Crestfallen's a great song, and They Die is a great song, but it's funny how different versions of They Die all are like different run lengths too.
But they're fairly similar. There's no massive changes, like gigantic changes, but yeah, they're fairly unto themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
just a note real quick. Hang on, Steve. Just a note real quick on this. This came out May 20th, 1991. Again, an independent release. This now is actual pro-printed tapes as opposed to just probably dubbed, which the first ones were, I'm sure. Xerox covers with lyrics, recorded 17th through 20th of May 91 at MA Studios in Liverpool. Again, the artwork was done by a guy named Ian Stead for Biomass Art. And 1 and 4 were re-recorded twice, once for use on the They Die Crestfallen 7-inch, which Steve can't find, and once for the Crestfallen EP. And then track 3 was re-recorded for Serenades as a bonus track. And track 1 also includes a stanza from the end by English poet Wilfred Owens, which, okay, there you go. So, not that anybody needed to know that. But any specific tracks jump out at you at all on that one? Crestfallen?
Not really, man.
Okay.
I like, it's like, it's a nice curiosity, but it just doesn't, it's just, I'm not going for it. You know what I mean? Like if I want to hear that sound, like I'm going to listen to the second half of Serenades. That's sort of like, kind of like where I jump to in my head. Cause we'll get to it, but I'm not even like a big Crestfallen guy at this point.
Yeah. Rick, you're right. This band is a lot like The Gathering. Very similar in the way they developed and moved into a different sort of
band too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Steve, how about you? What thoughts do you have on the second demo, All Faith Lost?
So obviously they do the re-recordings, which we'll get into. I will say I think that the second song is At One with the Earth. To my ears, it kind of sounds like a soft flirtation with like melodic death metal at that time to me.
Oh yeah.
Just some of the riffs, it just has that vibe to me.
It's got an Entombed vibe.
Yeah, it just kind of, I don't know. I just get like a very early At the Gates vibe. I could be off on that, but it was just, I don't know. It was the only song they ever did that
song with like, it's got some like real double kick action going and stuff, right?
Yeah,
like,
and the riffs just were, I don't know. It's just that's what I was hearing.
And I believe that's the one that really sounds pretty overtly HM2-ish, isn't it?
I don't recall exactly.
Or am I dreaming that? Maybe I'm dreaming that. But it sounds like I would have noted that Entombed. That's probably why I would have said Entombed, because that's kind of the quintessential, HM2 band, right?
Fun little anecdote about this demo. As I mentioned earlier, I used to, when I was a teenager and had no money, I used to comb around on eBay and look for these things. And I found a copy of this, and it was like $3 or something. It was going to, like, it started out a $3 bid, and I had no money, but like one of my friends, she was like, I can help you bid on it, and whatever. And I didn't win it, but I think it sold for like $25 or
Oh,
something like that, which shirts.
God knows what they're going for now. I didn't even see
I
it.
actually looked. There's one in the States for like $100.
That's not awful, but for 4 songs on a tape, not me, man.
You got to be a completist for that.
You really do. I feel I am an Anathema completist, but I'm not an uber out there completist. So not when it entails like hundreds of dollars. I'm just not that guy. So, yeah. So any particular songs that are your favorites on that one, Steve?
Not particularly. Trying to decide. I don't know. I would say, I guess I'll just, for the sake of picking something, I'll just say They Die, even though I think the 2 versions, at least from this era that they do after, are significantly better.
Yeah,
for sure. Yeah. For me, obviously the main difference is right off the bat is the production is much better.
Mm-hmm.
Is it perfect? No, but it's far better than it was. And I think that Crestfallen obviously is kind of the centerpiece track. It's kind of the big long one. The intro track's pretty trippy. Kind of sounds like a heartbeat. Much better production than Iliad. Still kind of blows compared to the things that are to come. But I mean, they're still a fledgling band. Probably
and their demos.
Yeah, and their demos, and they probably have virtually no money. They're kids essentially at this age, early 20s. The vocals are much higher in the mix on this one.
Yep.
That's not a good thing. It's just not a good thing. D White is what I said. D White ain't my guy. Again, I feel like I'm apologizing to this poor guy. He's probably gonna run across this at some point and be like, "That fucking wanker, that guy sucks," But just wasn't into his voice. Wasn't.
I feel like that's a lot of the critique with a lot of that stuff that I've seen people have.
And I think that if I had heard like Serenades first, I'm very well may likely not have moved forward with them, which is one of the pitfalls of making snap judgments. You just don't know what a band could turn into like this band did, and I don't hate Serenades. It's just I just struggle with Darren's voice. So real quick on this, definitely some Sabbathy, cool Candlemassy dooms. It sounds like it's painful for him to sing at times. Do you ever notice that? Like if you're listening to the death metal stuff, it's like, man, that almost sounds like it hurts his throat.
It sounds like it's very throaty.
Yeah. Like it's all up here, not coming from the diaphragm. And it's almost like he's trying to sound like Chris Reifert, but he's just not getting anywhere close to it. So nobody gets Chris. Chris is fucking insane. What a guy. At One with the Earth, kind of forgettable, Entombed meets Motorhead, but thrashy track until it gets to the Doomy Breakdown. Kind of forgettable one for me. Way too much Darren White in that mix for me. Sorry, it's just going to be in my notes. All Faith is Lost opens with that sick, sludgy Sabbath meets Corrosion of Conformity type thing, meets Carcass. Still too much White, but probably his best tune of the bunch that I can get into. They Die kind of drones on. White's weird grunts are just super turn off. Sings okay, but not songs okay, but not exceptional. Although they did re-record it for Crestfallen, and the chug in the middle is really fucking epic. That's an epic chug. All right, so Crestfallen is actually they get signed with Peaceville based on those demos very quickly, actually. And right away they go in and instead of doing a full album, they're doing an EP. But the EP is like 33 minutes long or 29 minutes. It's long. So you want to show that, Steve?
Yeah. And one more thing on All Faith Lost, it's like a super important thing to mention is this is the first appearance that Duncan Patterson made in the band.
Oh, yes. Thank you for mentioning that.
Which, I don't know, is obviously a very significant member of the band.
Huge significance.
Late 90s.
Yeah. Go ahead and show Crestfallen. I have
Crestfallen.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I just got this in on Saturday. I just got a copy.
Nice.
And man, I don't know about you. Is your copy a Peaceville copy? I'm assuming it is, right?
It is, yeah.
Dude, is it my imagination, or is this like the thickest slab of vinyl you've ever touched? This thing feels like it's like it literally feels like it's a 1/4 inch thick. It's like
Yeah,
like
it's pretty
220, super heavy.
Yeah, it's a pretty thick boy.
Yeah.
For sure.
I don't know. I think they put is there an insert? Yeah, there's an insert. No, there isn't an insert with this. It's just a booklet of all the other Peaceville stuff. So, all right, go ahead and give us your take on this one.
Oh, so for years, I actually, when I bought Serenades, the CD version, which I can't find at the moment, it was Serenades and the Crestfallen EP.
Yeah.
And I kind of associated them for a long time as the same album because they were on the same CD, so I just listened to it front to back. But I don't know. For me, I think I actually prefer a lot of this EP to some of the stuff on Serenades.
Agree.
Like, it's also important to mention, like they have a song like Everwake. That's the first time they do anything like that, which
I love that song.
You're gonna find as you talk to me that I'm like horrible. I have horrible decision paralysis, and I can't make decisions on anything. My favorite. It's like favorites and lists is just like fucking so much work for me, and it's like mental anguish.
Okay, before you go further, start working now on your part 2, your list, because you have to rank these albums, man, at the end. So think about it now.
I'll pick favorites. I could probably do that off the top of my head today, but but like songs like Everwake and I Lust are just. It's just awesome. I think this is a really, really great EP, all around. The Crestfallen, the title tracks. Yeah, it
sounds
awesome.
good
I love the
too.
guitar melodies and I Lust. They kind of do the delayed out, pretty lead melodies. That's sort of the introduction of that, which became like paramount to what they eventually do.
Well, the other important thing to note on this EP, I believe, is they really start leaning heavy into the EBO. I mean, you could hear it a little bit on earlier stuff, but now it becomes Danny's really obsessed with doing EBO stuff, and it's always good. It's not like overwhelmingly there, but it's always killer, you know.
That was such a big standout to me when I started getting into the band, was that like looped feedback in EBO.
Yeah,
and it really, I can say the band really. We're not to the album yet, really introduced me to Atmosphere, because I got into it before I got into like black metal or anything else at the time, but like that really beautiful delayed out like EBO struck a nerve with me immediately. Like
it's amazing. Yeah. Derrick, what's your thoughts on Crestfallen?
I like it a lot. Even though I don't listen to it that much, I like how it sounds. Like there's such a nice, like meaty sound.
Warmth.
The guitars and the drums, because it's not super. You know, like sometimes like there's not a lot of like the drums don't sound too like verbed out or anything like that. Like everything sounds like pretty down to earth in it.
Mm-hmm.
What's the song? The Sweet Suffering is a great track. Just like they're so good at like switching between grooves and just these like long sustains, and that like I feel like everything you're starting to really, or everything that they start to get really good at, like you're finding here, like you said. Stuff with like the melodies or the EBOs, or just even like some of like the, you know, in And I Lust, like they'll have like the couple chugs with the single note line, and then the couple chugs, the single note line. Like that shit's so good. Like I think the vocals sound pretty good on this one.
It's probably his best album. I think it's probably his best album sound wise. Yeah. He's not going overly crazy with shit, and he's not trying to growl out stuff it's
no.
It's probably my favorite vocal performance, and it'll reflect in it as I'm not shitting all over him super hard at it.
This is also begins the trend of them making EPs that are over half an hour long.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Their demos are
basically
half
a full
hour
length.
long.
I know, it's crazy.
Crazy.
Like, it's basically a full length, but
More or less, yeah.
And the Everwake is like one of their better, like, kind of short interlude kind of tunes. You know what I mean?
Beautiful,
like,
man.
It's really well put together.
Yeah, that song melts me to this day. Like,
Yeah,
it's
man.
just.
And that we should mention is Ruth Wilson.
Yeah.
Who was kind of like the precursor, the first Lee Douglas. I love Lee, but boy, Ruth has just. I mean, I love Lee so much, but I really, this woman's voice is absolutely angelic. It's just so beautiful.
Like, I'm getting chills, like, thinking about like the interplay with the guitar melodies and like how beautiful the chords work. Like,
the chordal work is
incredible.
incredible.
Interplay is incredible. It's just gorgeous. And
you know what it reminds me of, Steve? It reminds me a little bit of the song that maybe Michael stole it from this, but it reminds me of the song that leads off Pale Communion. Is that no? Or is it what's the acoustic track that leads off the one Opeth album? Is it Pale Communion or is it the one before that?
Kind of drawing. I'm going down my Rolodex of Opeth.
It was Axe's girlfriend. She does the female vocal, and it's all acoustic. It's a 12-string.
Huh.
Fuck, I cannot remember the name. It's the first lead-off track of. Maybe it was not. Was it Sorceress? No, fuck, man, that's gonna drive me nuts.
Somebody in the chat might know.
Yeah,
let's check these guys. No, I don't know.
Somebody will. But go ahead, Steve. I interrupt you. I want to look that up. It's the one that kind of goes. Go ahead, Derek.
Oh, was I just gushing over Everwake still? Was that what I was talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just a beautiful, beautiful song.
And what death metal bands were putting, or doom death metal bands were putting a ballad like that kind of is almost like a folky type ballad. It's very folky kind of influenced.
It's really like, it's simple by design, but it's like crazy that a band. All right, so we had 2 demos that were just kind of noisy, doomy death metal for this EP, and it just, for the first time trying it sounds so developed to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, where the fuck did this come from? Like,
yeah, and that's not the thing about Everwake is that's really cool and unique to it is that it's not at all a strum or a cowboy chord song. There's a lot going on in it, and it's a beautiful piece. I don't know whether it's finger pick. Danny is quite a good finger picker, which he starts to.
Yeah, I don't know if it is, but it's more so. It's just like, where did you get the inspiration for this?
Yeah.
Like this doesn't sound like it sounds more like something you'd hear off a prog record. You know what I mean?
Like a Fairport Convention song or
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like something where it's like a headier folk record or something.
Yeah.
Because it's so well layered and it's crazy.
Yeah. It just really, I'm kind of repeating myself, but it came out of nowhere. I just don't understand where and how developed it was, but
and for me, it's actually, to be honest with you, it is kind of the track of the EP. I love that song. I mean, as much as I like the other stuff, that song just blows me away. Derek, any final thoughts on this one at all?
No, I think I said what I wanted to say about it.
All righty, I'll jump in quick and do a track by track fast. So this comes out in November '92 on Peaceville. Peaceville's a very young label at that point, but they're very much sort of at the forefront of punk and doom, and and doom and death. And you got the Peaceville 3, you got Autopsy on there, you got a bunch of other bands that probably are of less heavyweight in the less heavyweight division. But tracks 4 and 5 are new recordings of songs from the All Faith demo. They Die is different from the 7-inch, which we didn't talk about that, but that came out before this, right? The Crestfallen or the 7-inch with.
Good question.
I'm 99% sure it did.
What's that?
Hang on. The 7-inch single that they re-recorded "They Die" for. Yeah, that came out. They Die in Crestfallen. That came out in '92 before this came out. It doesn't say when here on Witch Hunt Records.
And I know we talked about it off the air.
You have it, but you can't
actually
find
own it. That 7-inch. I just
that's a bummer.
For whatever reason, don't know where it is right now.
That sucks. That'd have been cool to see. But okay, so real quick for me on this. Hang on, I gotta pull my old man notes up because I just don't. I'm doing this while I'm doing Amorphous' last 7 albums too, because I do that in 3 days, and I'm like, brain's been destroyed. Plus, I'm sourcing all this other stuff that I want to get in, and I discovered this super cool band that Lee Douglas sang in after Anathema died. You guys might be interested in, called the Eden House.
Okay.
And it's all like, Derek, you'd probably love it. It's all like 4AD artists, like Cocteau Twins, Simon and Raymond's on it. A dude from Susie and Banshees, I think the guitar player, maybe, I'm not sure. A guy from Fields of Nephilim, I think the bass player's on it. And then all these female singers. It's fucking killer, man. The Eden House.
Cool.
Check that out. So
That sounds
always making my sick brain full of music. So and I Lust. Cool intro and riffs throughout. The Ebo sound starts to really emerge here. That one drags a little bit. It's fairly long, as I recall. I believe it's like 8 minutes long. Everwake, gorgeous female vocals by Ruth Wilson, precursor to Lee Douglas. Overall, awesome, wistful, melancholic, all acoustic track. So beautiful. One of my favorite Anathema songs. Crestfallen, doomy, classic death doom. The piano intro is really cool. The chug on this, the riff that chug that he gets going, it's kind of like an off-time riff. It kind of like sounds stilted in a weird way, but it's super fucking killer. Love that song. Lots of harmony guitar lines all over the place. Although I say this, lots of harmony guitar lines on Xanax all over this direction of the new direction of the band. It's like they took a shitload of Xanax and wrote all those riffs. Like, let's just go slow, man.
For sure.
And then They Die, heavy, crushing, chugging, nasty. Got a little bit of a reek of putrefaction guitar tone on that. Do you agree with that? That sick,
it's
disgusting,
kind of dirty sounding.
Yeah, dirty. And then I don't know whether they're playing in B on this, Steve. Do you know? Is it B or is it even lower?
I want to say it's a little lower,
It
but I
sounds like it's lower.
I don't remember off the top of my head. I mean, it's down there for sure.
I mean, I know Serenades is mostly in B but on a standard guitar, because Sleepless, you can actually play it easier on a 7-string with the low B. Because you don't have to.
I'm pretty sure they were playing in B up to and including Eternity.
Okay, you might be right.
You're right, because I remember when I finally tuned a 6-string down to B, I could actually play some of their riffs.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is just crazy to think about, because there's still a lot of like the riffs just on those records, they cut through so well. Like there's a lot of clarity to those notes and everything, and like there's just like no muddiness. Like it's crazy.
Exactly. That's what's really stunning about it. So yeah, Sarah, for me, this is a big jump up. Solid production, if a bit overly safe. Solid songs. We still have the Darren White problem for me. The songs and music are an 8 out of 10. With the vocals, it's like a 6.5 out of 10, just because I just struggle with his voice. But amazing song. So all right, Serenades, and we said we don't have that. Do you have that one, Derek?
No.
You don't. Okay.
No, I'm like I have nothing, man. It's crazy.
Are you one of those streamer dudes, man?
No, I'm happy to show you like my to be listened and filed pile.
I know better. I see all your albums you post.
It's
so
just like
you.
A bunch of King Crimson and some Janet Jackson that I can see. So
nothing wrong with that
on that front.
Well, right, we'll start with you on this one. We'll start with you on Serenades, and I'll pull up the data in the picture. Go ahead.
This record's funny because I like it a lot, but I really like just the back half of the record is where it really starts to get to me. Like it almost like sometimes I always wonder like when you're listening to an album and as you get further into it, it gets better. It's just like is the track list, the order in which they wrote the songs. The opening track, Lovelorn Rhapsody, is very cool, and it has some great, like, kind of like, you know, dual guitar melodic moments, but it still has some of these, like, some of the drumming I find to be kind of cheesy on it. There's just like that moments like that, like later in the song. Sweet Tears opens with that strange blues riff that I like.
Yeah.
The first time I heard it, I was like, this is the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. But it's not a bad song, but I'm just like, I think what struck me about that is like I think like when I heard that and I looked at this album cover, I was like, these things don't match up in my head, and I was so confused by it. But I think that third track, sort of like the like sort of like the acoustic song of this record, J'ai fait une promesse, is really good. I don't know what possessed them to write a song in French and have someone sing it in French.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy, but like it's awesome. And then you get They Will Always Die. And so like if this is this A side, you know, I'm sort of like, this isn't bad, but this isn't great. But when you put on side B and you get Sleepless, like that song's a fucking
so good.
That song that song just, oh my God, I can listen to that forever and ever. Like that song's amazing.
It's their Joy Division.
Yeah, it sounds like a forest or something like that by The Cure. Like
a forest, like, exactly. Yes.
It's so sick. So then it's just a thing that I hadn't heard like an extreme metal band really try to do by the point of me listening to this song. And I think it's excellent. And then the song that comes after it, I'm actually quite fond of, Sleep Insanity, because I love how those heavy chords sound as they're like sustained. Like
probably my second favorite track on the album too. Yeah.
It just, like some other chords don't sound like normal power chords to me. You know, they sound like almost like if they were using sus2 power chords or something, which is something like I love to use. And it's probably because of this band and because Cynic likes to use sus2 power chords. So like those are like the two reference points of like me holding long chords to sustain. But like, yeah, I love the second side of this record a lot, but I don't love the entire record. But I think there's a lot of good stuff on it. It's sort of like the high moments I find to be very high, which is especially Sleepless and Sleep Insanity, I think is like a great 1-2 punch of a B-side of a record, especially for a doom band.
For sure. I agree 100% with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Steve, what you got on this one here? I by the way, real quick, just so people know that are watching, I own all this stuff. But as I told the guys, I went hunting, and I think a lot of you that watch me regularly know that a lot of my shit's in various boxes and closets all over here. And I just ran out of time today to dig this stuff. I should have dug it out last week when I knew this was happening, but Garrett Brown. But it's just CDs. All the stuff that I have is all OG CDs. So, Steve, what you got on this one?
All right. Well, let's start from the top. Now, I remember being younger and thinking Lovelorn Rhapsody. Like, I remember when I first heard it, I didn't love it much. But I love it a lot now. But I do agree, Derek, with that bit you were talking about, those like panned tritones of that dun, 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 but like the guitars are doing it in pan. That's a really cool little idea that they were doing there. But yeah, I never really considered the fact that like the intro to Sweet Tears is like a straight up like blues riff. Like the dun dun wow wow bow.
You know what I hear in that song? I hear fucking Pantera at the beginning. It's got almost a walk vibe to it, man.
It just sounds like Bad Hendrix to me.
Yeah.
It's maybe it's because he wore a trouble shirt. Danny wore a trouble shirt in the video. I hear trouble in there,
like
some trouble, a little bit of a trouble influence into their sound.
Big time.
But I think the main melody that carries the song, that is a really cool theme.
Sure.
And there's a lot of like cool melodic lead work in that song, and I do love the dum dum boom, like the slide riff.
That's good.
Neat. I love that song, and again, cool clean section. the vocals are, a little pitchy, if we can call them that. He's kind of yelling and kind of singing.
I don't know if I agree with War Company here that it sounds like walking into a biker bar in Royal Louisiana. That might be pushing it a little far, but I get where you're coming from to a degree, yeah.
Where do I just have the track list?
You were at Jaffe?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, Derek, because I'm not even going to pretend I can say anything correctly and read in French. Beautiful song if we compare it to Everwake, because it's like the successor to Everwake, if you will.
Sure.
I love Everwake more, but
This is close though. It's real close.
And this is the third time we've done They Die, and this is the time where I think they finally just like crushed it.
Totally.
Because in the old versions, they kind of overextend the ending and go back into the main riff.
Yeah.
But this, they ended with that like huge, like grand, like sorrowful keyboards. It sounds like you're at it really does. It feels like you're watching somebody just get buried.
A funeral procession, yeah.
It's gorgeous.
We should note that they call it they will always die.
Yeah.
Die. So
that I love how they build it on this one, because like the song is just a very crushing slow build, and then they finally get there, and it's just, like it totally pays off. Sleepless, I mean,
banger.
What's not to say? You guys already said it. It's fucking incredible.
It's like a Police song. Like that riff is very Andy Summersy, and it's like got that cool 80s fucking vibe to it, and it's so cool.
I will say that this band also was the first time I ever heard like clean, dripping, wet, chorusy guitars, which I immediately thought was like, I just loved the sound of it immediately.
Wait, you never listened to Alex Lifeson and Rush before this?
No.
Steve!
No.
Steve, it was great knowing you, man. Thanks for joining us tonight. But anyway, no.
No, I was a kid. I was 14.
I know. I'm fucking.
But
I got all my chorus and sus2s from one place, Mr. Alex Lifeson.
Yeah,
that's
for
the
sure.
guy that did everything for me, you know.
I know where it comes from now, but at the time I was like,
yeah, you're just a kid, right?
I mean, I knew it was like kind of 80s or what have you, but we were talking about Sleepless. Oh, funny thing about this, I remember at the time, like this was like around Napster, because I was like 14 years old, and I remember people telling me, they're like, man, you should really hear the Cradle of Filth version of this song, because Cradle of Filth did a cover of it.
Did they really?
Yeah, they did. And
oh
man, people were like kind of stoked about it, and I got it, and man, I was so fucking bummed, dude.
Dude,
I'm real upset. Like it just.
I hate Cradle of Filth. I cannot take Danny.
Yeah,
sorry.
I was just like, I was upset. But just a fun little anecdote. But yeah, where are we at? Scars of the old
Sleep, Sanity.
Really cool winding interplays with guitar. I should mention that, which I remember, as you both probably know, Tanner Anderson,
of course,
my dear friend. I remember us talking about this album, and I knew it. He was like, "Yeah, man, Sleep Insanity." I was like, "That's the most you song on this fucking record."
Oh, really?
Like, it's just with all like the winding melodies and the guitars. Sure. It's real cool. And then where we had Scars of the Old Stream and Under a Veil, Black Lace. Like I gotta say, like the last couple songs, like now that I'm like talking about it, it kind of dips out for me personally.
Same here.
Well, it's weird because Where Shadows Dance just feels like it should have been tacked on to Under a Veil of Black Lace, and it could have just been this like epic 10-minute closer.
Yeah,
because it's weird. Like they do this a couple times where they like have a huge song and it feels like this should be the end of their album, and then there's something tagged after, and I'm just sort of like, why is this there? Yeah. I also
that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen on Judgment, because not Judgment, on Eternity, because I think it ends on the wrong track, but otherwise it's perfect. So
One funny thing I'll mention about this album too is you mentioned the ending of it. So initially they bagged the track. I'm glad they did, but that song "Dreaming the Romance"
Right.
was
Yeah.
initially, I think, the ending of it, and it's like a cool idea, but not like fucking how many minutes is that song? It's like almost 20 minutes.
Well, the romance it's 20 minutes. It's just
Yeah.
ambient. And my only thing that, if you know about the band, you know that Vince is really into electronic stuff. His new thing is all electronic, erratic, and it's cool. But he was all into the warp artists like Aphex and Plaid and all that kind of shit like that, and the more synthy stuff, Tangerine Dream. It's a cool piece if you like ambient, and I love ambient.
So do I.
But it's also one of those things where it's complete throwaway. You're never going to like sit through that 20 minutes while you're driving your car in Center City, Philadelphia. You're going to grab something else.
Correct.
So
also, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, D.
I just want to point out Sleepless has a great guitar solo.
It does.
Has a great guitar solo.
And that riff is one of the best riffs ever, man.
It catches me by surprise because it's like probably the first time. Like if you're listening to Anathema from the beginning, it's the first time you've heard like a really full blown guitar solo.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like super bluesy. It's like, but it's like really, it's awesome.
The little tap lick to start.
Yeah,
it's funny.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I'm glad you mentioned that because like as soon as you said Sleepless guitar solo, like it immediately like I could just remember it and hum the whole thing. I can sing the whole thing now. Like I won't, but
that's the mark of a great song and a great solo is that the solo stands out from the song as its own little memorable melodic thing that earworm,
Totally.
Steve, any other want to wrap up there, or was that pretty much it?
That's pretty much it.
Okay. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with this album. First of all, I really dig the artwork, which I had up. The artwork's really cool. Although I would have liked to have seen the mummified seraph or whatever. I'd like to see it a bigger thing as opposed to just part of the album. But I think they were kind of going for this sort of classic sort of look. Serenades comes out February 28th, 1993 on Peaceville. Academy Studios, which is like a bigger studio, nicer studio than where they had been working at in West Yorkshire. There are two different versions of this, according to Wiki. Did we talk about that, Steve? Was that you and I that were talking about that? When we were going back
album?
Yeah.
I know that there's.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, let me pull it up real quick just so we know what we're talking about. Here we go. So when I look this up, it comes up with the original 93 release, which is Lovelorn Rhapsody, Sweet Tears, Jaffe, They Will Always Die, Sleepless, Sleep Insanity, Scars of the Old Stream, Under a Veil, Black Lace, Where Shadows Dance, and then Dreaming the Romance. The US 94 version has Lovelorn, Sweet Tears, Jaffe, They Will, Sleepless, Sleep Insanity, Scars of the Old Stream, Under a Veil of Black Lace, then a track called like an interlude. It's called Where Shadows Dance. Then the bonus track of All Faith Is Lost. And then you get the Crestfallen EP on the end, which is probably the one you had, Steve.
Yes, that is the one I have.
And then there's a remastered version that has all the songs up to Where Shadows Dance. And then it adds Eternal Rise of the Sun, We Are the Bible single, which I think was a comp that they were on. And then Nailed to the Cross and 666, which are a bonus track. And then the Dreaming. I think I have that later one from 03. It doesn't necessarily help the flow, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's a lot of information.
Yeah, ending this album on a 20-minute ambient piece is kind of like, why? I mean, I love Eno as much as the next guy, but I put on an Eno album, not an Anathema album for that. I don't know. I don't know if just Vince was like, "Hey, dudes, I got this cool ambient piece I want to throw on the end," or what. I don't know. I'd love to talk to him about that and find out what the thoughts were there. But
I mean, it makes sense that they tried, and I appreciate that they did try because I love ambient music. I listen to a lot of it, and
so do I. Yeah,
but I guess it didn't make it on the record, so at least they kind of realized, maybe another time.
Yeah. So real quick on this,
this idea.
Oh, sorry about that, man. Yeah, I agree. It's like, but it might have worked better on an EP with another track or two that were kind of maybe the acoustic tracks or something like that. It's just it's a weird thing, and always is one of the things that makes me go, do I really want to listen to this? Well, let's see. It's got Darren White on it, so not really. And then it's got a 20-minute ambient piece, so not really. So it's not one that I reach for much at all. I go for Pentecost or Crestfallen over this always. So
if it feels more like a thing where you make it and you're like, hey, like 20 minutes before we start our show, we'll play this over the PA.
Yeah,
I know people who do that. Like
It's
this is going to be like a crazy comparison and not metal at all. But when the jam band Fish were playing at the Sphere this year, Trey Anastasio made a bunch of ambient guitar stuff, and he's like, we're just going to play this in the lobbies and like hallways of the Sphere before we play.
Yeah.
So it's just you're hearing this thing, but it's anything that like you
can relate it to. Yeah,
it's just a mood piece. Like it's just like we're just setting a vibe, and then we'll actually just go out and play. But it's
Wilson does that with all his solo stuff. He does like a bass
I could see that
droning thing as an intro. So all right, so real quick, Lovelorn Rhapsody, kind of a mix of lyrical goth, melodic side of Danny's writing and the knuckle dragging death metal. It's more epic and grand as the track progresses. You definitely hear his penchant for progressive modes of writing with the guitar. He's not just doing, fucking power chords anymore or anything like that. The composition, again, is elevating with this album. I hear it on these songs. He's not quite there yet, but he gets there very soon on the next EP. Very trouble sounding at the end. Sweet Tears, I said almost Pantera in a weird way, but more gothy and doomy. But man, Darren is rough as fuck on this track. I struggle. God. The harmony guitars on it are great on the outro, though, are super killer. Jaffe is beautiful. Again, Ruth Wilson. Utterly heartbreaking and uplifting at the same time. Stunning little track, a jewel of the album. They Will Always Die. This is what I said. This song, again, arg. It follows me everywhere they go. So basically, I like this song, and I think they did get it right here, but I'm kind of sick of it. I've heard it like over and over on everything they put out. And then we get to Sleepless, and D, you nailed it, man. It's just so fucking killer. It's and actually Darren's vocals on it are the best on the album. They work the best. He does the he does the moaning sort of,
but it makes sense for the song.
And it makes sense for the song.
Yeah.
You can almost I have insomnia sometimes with my illness, and it's the worst thing ever to not be able to fall asleep when you desperately want to fall asleep. And so the sound that he's making, I can identify with that anguish sort of, please just let me go to sleep. That kind of vibe, yeah. But man, I mean, come on, that riff. Maybe one of the most memorable riffs of all time.
It's an all-timer.
And then you come in with the heavy part where it's da, da, da. It's so simple. Just pitch harmonics, just just chromatic shit, but it works so good. And then we've got Sleep Insanity, probably my other second favorite. Slow developing rocker, mid-tempo, gothy. Paradise Lost also has some contemporary pop feels to it. And I'm gonna be super bummed if you don't hear this. Do you hear one very big 70s pop song in that song?
In Sleep Insanity?
Yes.
Wait, which one? Tell me, and then I'll tell you.
All right. Here, the melody is kind of like this, only slower. Down, 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 down. It is fucking Seals and Croft in there, man. It won.
That's amazing.
Summer Breeze. Dude, it's Summer Breeze, bro. Go listen to it. I swear you'll hear it right away. I guess it's just because I'm an old man that struck me, and I'm like,
no, that's awesome.
Right,
I hear that all the time. I hear other songs and songs all the time.
Oh, I do all the time, too, man. Yeah, big time. Wait till I start in on the Tomb Mold songs later today. Just kidding. Where Shadows Dance, cool little tribal riff sort of thing. Kind of has a little bit of a new metal sort of groove to it, oddly, but it's rips. I love that track. Dreaming, again, the romance, it just goes on forever, and it's good for listening to if you're trying to power down to go to sleep, but other than that, it's kind of pointless.
Yeah.
And then I listened to the version that has Nailed to the Cross 666 on it, which actually came out later on the Resonance 2 compilation. Lots of feedback, lots of ebo, doominess, very Paradise Lost-y. First album and gothic. And then there's even a little bit of Celtic Frosty, Hellhammerish to those 2 tracks. The 666, you know, it's pretty cool.
Right.
Pretty cool. It's stupid. It's stupid lyrical content. I always chuckle at that shit, but you know, that's because I'm old. But solid album held back by a very average singer who can't quite find his footing and style. To me, it hurts the album's flow a good bit. There are great riffs and solos throughout many of these tracks, but as a whole, it's still a bit of an unfocused effort. I saw a review that likened, this is perfect. I saw a review that likened Darren White to Lee Dorian from Cathedral.
Okay.
Ooh, what's that noise?
What?
It went away now. There was a rushing sound like wind.
Oh, it was probably my neighbors using the shower.
Oh, okay. All right. But I hear Lee Dorian and Darren White a lot too. And I love Cathedral, but I fucking hate Lee Dorian's voice. I cannot listen to him. I just can't listen to him. I've tried.
Man.
I've owned Forest of Equilibrium. I just cannot get into that guy's voice. So
I love it. Are we on Pentecost now?
yep, we're moving on to that one now. And I give that an 8 out of 10 for music and a 5.5 out of 10 for Darren's vocals. So we're at Pentecost, and Steve, I think you have. I'll let you go first. Yeah, we'll show it quick here.
There you go.
Love that artwork. Very cool. Very Renaissance-y.
It's awesome.
Do you, Steve? Do you have the Crestfallen on your copy too? Because I think I do.
I do
on
not.
my CD. On the CD.
Mine is Fierce Recordings.
Okay.
This is an old CD. You know, I think, oddly enough, I got this. I think a dude who worked at my local record shop gave this to me. I don't remember exactly, but I can say for this in particular, this EP is fall in a nutshell for me. It's autumn.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
It has been, I still have that, like those obnoxious CD books.
Oh, nice.
I have them too.
Yeah.
I have them too.
It's in my car, and like a lot of Anathema stuff's in there, but that Pentecost has been in there for like well over a decade, and it still
Never comes out.
around this time of year. I just leave it in there forever.
Get it. I totally get it.
Yeah,
Dude, this EP is so good.
it's fucking.
It's crazy.
And this is really kind of the beginning of phase 2, I would say, wouldn't you? Where they get into the much more structured, more deep compositional stuff. So, Derek, I'm gonna let you go ahead and go, and then we'll.
Well,
come
it's
back.
funny because I wanted to say something really quick. I was reading an interview today with Danny, and he was saying, well, they were talking about the Silent Enigma, and they're talking about how Darren. He was like, well, Darren came in unprepared, much like on Pentecost 3. He said, which is not worth listening to.
He said that.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is years later, mind you. I just thought it was the funniest thing. I think it's okay. I love this EP, but if this EP was only 3 songs and it ended with We the Gods, I'd be like, it's the perfect 3-song release ever. Like I like the instrumental and the re-recording of Memento Mori, but like We the Gods to me is like,
dude, that song is just so fucking epic.
It's one of the most quintessential Doom songs. It makes me want to run through a wall.
Amazing.
It's crazy.
Song.
It is so good.
Yep.
There's something about on that song when they're just kind of going back between like 2 kind of notes, like a semitone apart, and the kick is just going like, and they're just building it, and it's just like that kind of like whatever notes those would be of the key, I can't remember off the top of my head. It's just not a thing I heard in doom metal. You know what I mean? I'd hear it in other genres of music, like using like that, but it just sounds so good, and the song is amazing. But like, I have one qualm with this is this is such a funny thing about me. I would say 95% of the time, I don't like swearing in metal music. It's not because like I'm a prude or something like that. It's just certain words take me out of the sort of experience I'm listening to.
Yeah, the headspace. Yeah.
I remember having a conversation with Max from Tomb Mold about this because like we've never had swear words in our songs because we were like the only time we ever thought it made sense was like if it felt like almost like a biblical swear word, like the Morbid Angel song "World of Shit," the Promised Land.
Yeah.
Like I was like, okay, that kind of makes sense to me. But when he says, "Leave your pearls in the sea, you undeserved bitch," like it's like that song off Spiritual Healing by Death where he says she's a stupid bitch, and I'm just like, okay, now I'm laughing because it sounds so goofy. Like,
well, it's almost like. But here's the thing, though, they were young dudes. They were still.
Oh, for sure.
So,
I'm not admonishing them for it. I'm just saying it. Sure. Every time that I'm like so into the song, and then that line comes, and I'm kind of just taken out for a second.
I totally get where you're coming from on that. That makes it's so weird that you feel that way because I feel the same way. Yeah.
But those first three songs are fucking incredible. Like you said, they are Fall in a nutshell.
Kingdom, 10 out of 10 track, man. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Well, I'm cheating here. So anything else you want to say on that one there?
No, let Steve take the floor.
All right, Steve, your turn, man. He's got a lot to say, I know.
He's got a lot. All Larry just like I don't know, it's hard to articulate like and pull it apart musically because it's all just I react so emotionally to this EP. I'd say musically, this is where they started to explore they were cramming left like riffs and ideas into songs and more taking a simple theme and idea and just stretching it.
Yeah.
And sort of just building and, building atmosphere and just really driving the melodies home. But I don't know. I love the production of this.
It sounds so good.
Like,
so good.
Yeah.
It's so wet. It sounds like it's on top of a mountain.
Yeah.
Like it's gorgeous.
Yep.
But again, like, this is when he really nailed like the Ebo sort of sustain effect. Like he really perfected it here.
Crazy good.
Yeah, I mean, Kingdom is just a beautiful. I love like when the chords start to pick up and the bass swells in. It's just like it's.
There's such a sense of dread with that song as it builds. It just builds and builds with this dreadful melancholy, man. It's just like so killer, right? Yeah, go ahead, Derek.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh no, I was just gonna say when the guitars finally kick in with it's just like a single note with the feedback, but with like a harmony, and the drums are just huge sounding.
Yeah.
And that last minute where it really picks up, like that stuff is so good.
That last 2 minutes kind of reminds me a lot of Paradise Lost. Has that vibe to it. But and there's also a real sort of Joy Division-y Bowie feel in the middle when it's building, almost has like a Berlin era vibe to it, which is really interesting too. Which again, they were incorporating other sound sources that were very different from what Paradise Lost or even My Dying Bride were doing. I mean, I know My Dying Bride brought the violins in, but they always kind of stuck to sort of a formulaic sort of thing. Yeah. But Anathema didn't. They just kept expanding and incorporating more weirdness,
I could go on about this song in particular. I'll mention one more thing before I go on. Please. Mine is Yours to Drowning, but just like even the intro of it where it just swells and it gets super loud and just dips out to that chorused out like clean riff with that super long delay. It
awesome.
It hits so hard.
Oh my God. It's so good.
Yeah.
But the next song, it is, I don't know, I think this song is a fucking barn burner. Mine is Yours to Drown. It's so fucking heavy. Like it's probably the heaviest song they've ever written. I don't know, it's relentless. Like it's just
It's weirdly the one song that on the EP that I'm not the craziest about. It's my least favorite track on there.
Oh, interesting.
Strangely enough, yeah. Which
I want to say more about it, but it just hits you like a fucking Mack truck. It sucks because all I can say about it is it's heavy, dude. But it is.
I know, yeah.
And but like again, like the outro to it.
The outro is amazing.
Yeah, that's the best part of it.
It's on brand.
Yeah, just like these this feeding back notes, and the drums are just still going and stuff. Like,
yep. There's like an ambient drone there. It's all psychedelic and trippy, and that's probably the first time they use that kind of thing, which they'll start going back to quite a bit more on things like Alternative 4 and Judgment, and the middle period of Anathema. They start to go to that a little bit more, that kind of thing.
There's just it. I just love the build and momentum of it. Like in the middle where he's just doing, do, and the drums just does that. Like it's just such a catchy little.
Awesome.
It's very simple, but it's super catchy. Like it adds so much. It's a very subtle thing. And then the little bluesy riff, at the end of it. Yeah,
oh, man.
Total banger. Yeah, and then I guess we're on We the Gods, right?
Yeah.
What a fucking song, my God. What a
bass
song.
Bass intro is awesome. How everything comes in is so good.
I remember listening to this song over and over again as like a weird ass little teenager in my bedroom and pretending to play along to it.
Perfect.
And like I'd be out of the shower, like getting ready, my hair. I had like long ass hair, and like my hair would be soaking wet. And at the end of it, I was just like whipping my hair around in my bedroom like an asshole, just like soaking everything. No, oh, to be young again.
Oh, you're talking to an old man here, dude. You know it. I'd pay any price.
I never thought about that, Derek. Though that part where it's just like,
yeah,
with the feedback,
it's incredible.
It's a really unique idea.
It's so intense sounding,
and it's very simple. Like they're just playing one note and then let it feed while the rhythm section builds.
Yep.
And then of course like the big payoff, the middle section, the
Dude, that last 4 minutes is some of the best music they've ever written. Danny was just on fire on this
especially
song.
that chugging riff, like the and then when it kind of like dissipates, and then like the bass comes back in, and then the clean guitar comes in, and then they finally hit the heavy riff again.
Yeah,
but they like the drums are playing something really slow, and then it goes to that closed hi-hat beat. Is so fucking good.
Oh yeah,
Oh my God, like,
and a lot of people talk about John Douglas not being a great drummer. I disagree with that wholeheartedly.
No, it's like, there's all these crafty moments. Like,
he's crafty. That's it. Yeah. He comes up with really unique little accents and ghost notes and things that you don't hear with a lot of death metal drummers like that. But go ahead, Steve.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say though, we've touched on like multiple drum parts on this EP already that are very memorable.
Yeah,
Add like the Mine Is Yours to Drown in, like that fill, that it's such an integral part of that song. Like you don't realize it, but every time I'm driving, I like smash it on my steering wheel. But yeah, We the Gods. I remember downloading. I think that was this was in Napster days, and I think that was one of the Anathema songs I got before I eventually had everything. And I was just like obsessed with it. Like I just listened to it over and over and over again.
I feel like a lot of like Dream Unending songs is just like a failed attempt of like recreating parts of that song, like just like the energy of that stuff.
I always
go back to it. I always go back to it.
Definitely here. If not, what's the title?
If not now, when? Yeah.
Now when? Yeah. That has a very this vibe to it, big time. Yeah.
For sure. I always come back to that song. And then there's still two more songs, but it's funny. Like when I listened to it the first time, like after We the Gods, I just assumed it was over. Because if you end an EP on that, like it's like that's so awesome. And then this like instrumental track, I was like, huh? Like there's more.
Yeah, I think I noted in here that I would have ended it with that track, but the next two are pretty good. The Memento Mori redo is really good. Yeah,
I love the title track. I think it's gorgeous.
It's so cool.
It is. It's really
beautiful.
good. Yeah.
Again, like they're really coming together for what they became best at on this EP.
Yeah.
As far as like the metal stuff came, they've just they got it down. They found it, and this title track is it's just these melodies, just these soaring melodies, and all of them just like melt you.
Yeah, it's epic. Like,
and the thing about them is they sound melancholy and sad.
Yeah.
But they also sound very cinematically evil too. Like you could hear that stuff being in a soundtrack to like, you know, a suspense movie or a horror movie of some sort, because the melodies are. Danny just has a really unique. I believe this is still Danny doing all this stuff, or did Duncan? He writes some of this. Let me look. I don't want to.
I'm not sure.
I'm already offending Darren White a lot. I don't want to offend anybody else in the camp.
Well, Duncan's I guess he's kind of co-credited on songs the third and fourth track because
so he was.
Danny's kind of credited on all 5.
Okay, so he's co-credited. So, you know what? I can hear that because, man, we're going to talk about that in a minute. But yeah, We the Gods, I can definitely hear the Patterson in there. And the last one actually is Vince. So, yeah, go ahead, Steve. Sorry. We'll wrap up
nothing.
Here in a minute.
There was just always this weird thing in the liner notes, and it's none of my business because I'm sure it's something that happened personally in the band, but I always just wondered what it was. It says Pentecost III is dedicated to Tony Doyle and Lynn Murray Lowes, and to all people who shared the grief and terrible tragedy that befell us all this year in 1994. It's just like, what the fuck happened?
Well, is that when their mom died?
I don't know.
Or did she die later, like closer to 99?
It's around that time, I think.
It was in that 90. I think it was around when their mom drank herself to death. She was an alcoholic.
Is that right? I mean, I knew she passed, but I didn't realize that.
Yeah, and that's what the song on Judgment, One Last Goodbye, is all about their mother. Yeah.
Brutal.
All right, and Memento Mori, much better cut than the first one by far. But it kind of really what's the word I'm looking for? Spotlights the fact that even back on the Iliad version, Danny was definitely tapped into something as a writer, as a songwriter. He was hearing things quite a bit differently as a melodic compositional artist and a guitar player than a lot of other people were doing back then. You know what I mean?
I love the synthesizers in the re-recorded version of this. They're real evil. Yeah.
And that's another thing. The synths start to really come to the fore in these, now, particularly on this thing. So I'll run through it quick because I don't want to keep you guys here till midnight. So let me jump into it real fast here. Real quick, I've kind of said most of what I need to say, but this came out 3/6/95 on Peaceville, done at Academy Studios. Kingdom, man, that wicked, drawn out but never dull, dark intro, brooding, droning, stalking, building the sense of dread and darkness. To me, it's Darren White's Joy Division meets Bowie vibe in his voice. It's actually one of the better songs he sings in that early Anathema period. Love this track. That's a 10 out track. I'm breaking it out. I'm breaking out the ultra mega banger. That's what I'm calling that track. It's an ultra mega banger. Mine Is Yours, I'm not as into as you guys. I need to maybe go back and revisit that. It sort of sounded a lot like Danzig to me. Maybe, I don't know, and St. Vitus and Pentagrammy, sort of kind of that kind of vibe. But I got to go listen to that again because I felt like it just kind of felt samey. But the drone psychedelic outro at the end rips. We the Gods, I just went crazy all over that. That is, without question, it's my favorite Darren White era track, We the Gods. It's just so fucking epic, man. I mean, the word epic doesn't even really do it justice. You know?
No, it's the highlight for sure.
And Pentecost III, I'm with you, Steve. Brilliant track. Gorgeous. The guitar work on it's incredible. The melodies are incredible. It's got that cinematic evil vibe to it, but it's such a great instrumental. And then Memento Mori, pretty good track, recycled and recorded from Iliad. Lots of moaning. Sorry, Darren. That guy's gonna write me a letter. I'm guaranteed.
All right. Well, we're at the end of the Darren era now, so
yeah,
it's
we're
okay.
done with. I'm done shitting all over you, Darren. I apologize. Yeah, the mid to lower tempo. It's just a mid to lower tempo chug fest, and then when he's doing the speaking and vocaling, I prefer him that way than I do over the growls. John's drumming is fucking killer on Memento Mori. We were talking about that, and then I guess it kind of. I don't know that I saw this, but it says the version on there has the horses, weird little horses thing, which actually is on Resonance 2 later. It's like a little acousticy sort of thing, but mine doesn't have that I listen to. So, and to me, this is where the classic Mach 2 Anathema era started and goes until like Alt 4, maybe in that area when V3 starts, and it's a near perfect EP. I don't know the length of it. Is it 35 minutes?
30 something minutes.
Yeah, it's like 35 or 36 minutes. Actually, no, it's longer than that. It's over 40 actually. So it's really an album.
Oh yeah, it's 41.
Yeah, and it's nearly perfect. I'm going to give it a 9 out of 10. My only knocks are there is a little bit of production stuff choices that I would have made that are a little different, but definitely I would have gone with We the Gods as the closing track because it's just that massive a song. So
huge, yeah.
All right, Silent Enigma is up, and Steve, I'll start with you because I know you love this album.
This album.
We can come back in 45 minutes, Derek. We can just let him go ahead. And
for those who don't know, this is there we go.
Love that cover, man. So
and
cool.
I think I already mentioned it. We were on air, but this is actually I got this
the OG
in high school. Yeah. Yeah, as I mentioned.
Steve, that's not the one. The 2 bonus tracks aren't on that, then, right? Probably not.
No.
Okay.
As I mentioned in the beginning of this, I kind of bought this just kind of on a whim, and I was still learning. Just didn't really know a lot of music. Was still learning a lot about metal at the time, but for whatever reason, I feel like this album, it just blew me away. And it's funny to think is like where I was as a teenager that I connected with it so much, because I felt like this is something I initially would have gotten into down the line a little more.
Yeah.
But I connected with it right away. I don't even know where to start. We'll talk about the production. It's huge. It's gorgeous. Like the synths are just like unbelievable. Just, I feel like an idiot talking to like dissecting and like talking about any of this stuff because it's hard.
But that's the whole point. That's why I do these. So
it's hard to articulate it in a way that's like coherent. But I guess we can do this all together too. That'd be helpful. So we're starting with Restless Oblivion.
Oh God. Fuck.
And I will say, prior to hearing this record, like it just sounded so foreign to me. Now I know where some things come from, like the vocals. It's very like into the Pandemonium era, Celtic Frost.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. I didn't know where like the kind of crooning came from.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I might need a little bit of help ping-ponging back and forth about this one.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I'll just say this. When he does the "My Inamorata dies," it's like you're just like, fuck yes, man. Give me more of that. It's so good. And then the little
the pull-off riff is so
good, man. And you're right. He does adopt Vince's voice from here on out. We should mention really quickly, I didn't mention that Darren leaves or was forced out. I don't know the actual. I don't really know how that ended. I don't know why.
he was there when they started tracking it, because there exists couple versions of songs with him singing. But I read in an interview with Danny as well. He was saying, he said Silent Enigma was essentially improvised in the studio.
Yeah.
He was like, we went in and we had the rough sketches of these songs, but we sort of fleshed them out there. And we knew Darren wasn't the guy because he didn't have anything prepared.
Okay.
So I think Vincent kind of just took over.
Stepped up.
And kind of probably didn't have a ton of time to really get himself. But for him to just kind of come in and take over like that sort of vocal style.
Yeah.
And he did it so well, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Every song on this, even things where I'm like, I would never do this, but when they do it, it's awesome. Like in Restless Oblivion, because we're starting with that, when after the clean intro, they have that heavy riff, the do 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 do, and he goes, come on, I'm like, I would never tell someone to do that on a record, but when he does it, I'm like, that's
perfectly.
It is pretty
awesome.
badass.
It's so sick. It's so sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The heavy guitars on that record sound so good to me.
Amazing. The tones on this album.
Yeah.
I think more than once I've probably, when talking to Arthur Rizek about mixing a Dream Unending record or something, if he's like, do you have a reference point? I'm like, heavy guitars, Silent Enigma. I always just want them to sound like that. Like they just sound so thick and heavy with enough reverb, because I love tracking heavy guitars with just a touch of plate reverb on them, just so they have a little bit of sound that isn't gonna hurt it too much, but just to give it a bit of depth.
Right.
And this has got that. This isn't also when I hear that the album cover looks like how
what
the
it
record
sounds like.
to me.
Exactly.
That's perfect.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Every song on this record fucking kills. It's actually not fair.
It
really is,
up, dude. It
really is.
Talking about Restless Oblivion, I like the middle. I'm thinking about the middle breakdown where it's just the kind of the
about 4 minutes
with the quiet, slow, clean guitars, but the EBO going on in the back.
Oh, dude,
it's perfect.
So eerie too. What he's arpeggiating is it's not. It doesn't sound standard.
The clean guitar tone is insane on the record.
It is. It's some of the best.
Amazing.
Some of the best clean guitar tones you'll ever hear on a metal album.
It's my good. It's when anytime I go clean, that's what I think of when I like.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
But also when he does that little, it's like a little lead, the little trill when it builds up.
Trill.
Yeah.
And they're playing the and Vincent does that growl. It's like the latter half of the song. I'm thinking about it now. There's so much cool shit happening. The bass sound is so fucking
fat,
enormous, and distorted. But I love how heavy the guitars are, but the clean guitars are still kind of
going.
On top of them.
They're in that mix, and they sound great.
It's funny is there's a modern band that I'm quite fond of, a kind of a doom black metal band, Ruins of Beverest.
Oh yeah, I just got.
And he has so many moments where he is doing a clean thing and then heavy guitars come in and still do it. And I've always wanted to be like, you must like Anathema, man. Because you take so many cues. Oh, that record exactly.
Just got it.
So many.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like Anathema, but it has so many kind of writing cues that remind me of this record.
Yep.
And my God.
Another part I love about that, how his vocals sort of they fade in on the echo.
Yeah.
It's
the
production is just insane.
And it's interesting because Vince becomes just, in my opinion, one of the best metal vocalists, hard rock vocalists ever. I think the guy is just magical. But here he's trying to straddle a little bit of the Serenades Darren White vibe, where he's doing a little bit of that he's actually doing a little bit of that kind of moaning type vocal delivery.
A little, for sure.
Just a tiny little bit, but then when he gets into the more
aggressive vocals.
Death evoke, yeah, aggressive is a better
It's
word.
so anguish sounding.
It's anguished, and
it's so good.
Yeah, and it's super emotive. Like his voice is one of the most emotive voices ever in extreme music, I think.
Especially on the next track, Shroud of Frost, like when the guitars are doing like the do 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 do, and he's just like screaming over it. It sounds so good.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I want to like sing a bunch of this, but I obviously can't yell because I'll just sound like a big fucking goof. But
it's all right. But there's it's every song on this record is like, for lack of a better way of putting it, is so epic sounding. You know what I mean?
God tier. It's God tier shit.
Like
it really
it's just like everything has this like larger than life quality to these songs.
Yeah.
And I guess like it's funny though, knowing now that they were sort of kind of coming up with stuff on the spot in the studio, it kind of explains why Alone kind of goes the way it does.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like it's kind of flowing through different ideas. It's not as cohesive as maybe some of the other songs on the previous records that are doing this kind of style. Yeah.
I'm not going to go track by track. I'm just going to shoot for the hit. But they're all, I could go on about all of them, but one of my very favorite songs from this record is Sunset of Age.
Dude.
It's my favorite song on the album. It's my favorite song on the
when
album.
those heavy guitars come in, it's
fucking
insane. It's amazing.
Yeah, when it like the whole middle where it drops out, it's that clean guitar riff.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we'll talk about John Douglas's drumming right before that. Yes. You're right, dude. It's not even fair that they wrote this record.
No, it really isn't. Another good drumming moment is Nocturnal Emission. How they kind of keep dropping into that clean kind of gothy riff. And he'll just be hitting the kick. But later in the song, when they come back to it, he starts playing like a kind of straight drum beat.
Yeah.
But he comes in on like the 3 or something. So he feels like he's out of sync with the guitar track.
Yep.
But it works so well.
It does.
And
It works perfectly.
I'm just like, did he just come in at the wrong time when they were tracking it? And they're like, no, that kind of works. Like, roll with it. Like,
yeah, was that a happy accident? Or did they
like,
actually plan it that way? I gotta believe they probably planned it that way. But yeah.
Another cool texturing detail about the end of that song, is the bass is super distorted throughout the album, but I love like the wah on the bass.
Right.
Like they're just so clever. There's so many little nuances and so many ideas, and they all fucking worked.
Yeah. Well, I guess this is like, I wonder like at this point too, how much of a hand did what's the bassist name? Duncan
Patterson.
Yeah. Like, he's credited for writing a few songs. I guess he wrote lyrics on one of the songs too, but it's like it feels like, if they're all kind of contributing ideas in the studio, trying to make this thing work, especially when you're like down a member, right? Like,
yeah, I think this is the album though. This and the one prior to it, the EP, is when the collaborative effort starts, and it's not just all Danny doing 90% of everything. And Derrick, from your band experience, Steve, same thing. I mean, you collaborate, but a lot of times you guys probably are the impetus for something to start, because you come up with a chord progression or a couple riffs, and then you share it with your bandmates, and they go, I can do this with that. Or that's kind of how it was in the early days, I think, for the most part with them. And then this is the album where it starts to become, and Pentecost too a little bit, where it starts to become more of a collaborative thing. And it continues to grow. And I, we'll get to that. We're soon at to the Duncan albums that he really stands out on Eternity and All 4, where it's like, wow, this guy is a fucking monster songwriter.
Yeah.
And
the song A Dying Wish.
God.
That song, like, so when me and Justin were doing the second Dream Unending record, Song of Salvation, like, that record has like 2 really long songs and then like some short stuff in between the 2 long songs. But the ending of each of the long songs takes a cue from that song. Like we end both long songs on that record with some sort of cue from A Dying Wish, because like it just
Oh, really?
yeah.
With the
I
melodies,
don't remember.
with the melodies.
No, more so just like the drum style and like how the chords are being played.
Okay.
I don't remember I don't remember if I was really intentionally channeling it or not, but like I did notice that like how both songs end, that style of playing is contained in this song, and it's amazing. Yeah, like I can't do shot for shot on every song on this because they're all just so good, but like I can't tell you how many times I've listened to this record. This is probably my favorite Anathema record. If I really think
a
about
lot
it,
of people's favorite. You're not alone.
like I love the later stuff, but I always come back to this one. There's just something really special about it.
Is Cerulean, is how you say that word?
Cerulean, yeah.
Cerulean Twilight, I think if I had to guess, is kind of the deep cut on the record, and it's insane.
Dude, I love that song, man. It's amazing.
Again, the dynamics and just the building and atmosphere.
And that's John Douglas's first kind of big submission to the band. And you'll find, for me anyways, some of the John Douglas songs are some of my absolute favorites on the albums going forward, man. He's really cool songwriter.
Yeah, this album, they do so many things where they'll use so much repetition.
Yeah.
But there's just so much happening around it.
But the thing is, it doesn't get boring, though. The repetition, you're right. They'll repeat a lot of melody lines, or they'll just change them ever so slightly and then circle back to a coda. But it never gets boring. Like, none of these songs feel like they're way too long.
Well, it's all building and the texturing. It's so dynamic. And, like, that song in particular, like, where there's that clean riff. He repeats it forever.
Near the end of the song of Cerulean Twilight?
Like, just big swells.
But it's so good, though. It's so cool.
Yeah,
right?
like that chord he's arpeggiating in Cerulean Twilight, that like do 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 like that. That off, like it gets so modal sounding. You know what I mean? Like it sounds like Dorian mode or something like that. Like, and it just like it sticks out so well. And then he just keeps playing it. It's amazing.
It doesn't get boring. That's the weird thing. It doesn't get. You're like, oh god. You know,
I never want him to stop playing it.
Exactly.
Like every time it goes on, I'm like, dude, just keep going. Like it's the title track.
Oh yeah.
I guess I remember this. This had a music video, or has a music video.
Has a music video.
Yeah.
They're doing that age-old death metal, or well, not even death metal, but metal of the late '80s, early '90s thing where they truck their drums out into some woody forest field somewhere, and they're all standing up there jamming, and you're just laughing like, are they listening to it on their car stereo when they're doing this? You know, what are they doing? You know,
I always thought it was funny in the video where Vincent starts singing. He's just kind of like this, like it's just. But no, it's a beautiful song. Again, I beat it into the ground with these guys. Just gorgeous
melodies. Incredible.
Gorgeous. And I love
just great chord progressions. You know what I mean? Like just amazing choices made.
Yeah. And I love in the after the song kind of breaks, after it like kind of climaxes and they come back in with the main melody, it like fades in.
Yeah.
The outro is just so fucking sick.
Yeah, and on this record, they have no issue with just like beating you over the head for like 2.5 minutes with something amazing, and then the drums will just drop out for like half a minute.
Yeah,
and it's just like we're fine with it. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah. I'll run through mine real quick, and then we'll just sort of wrap a bow on it at the end there.
Totally.
But just so again, I don't want to keep you guys here until midnight. So this album is. I always thought.
Uh-oh. Where'd
Did
he go?
He disappear? He's gone.
I'm
there he is.
I went to swipe and I swiped myself off. Yeah, I used to think this was my favorite album for a very long time. It's very much it's close. But I think one kind of jumped a little above it here recently. And the only reason is, crazily, I'm not a huge fan of the title track. It's the one song that kind of doesn't get me moving. I don't know exactly why, but everything else on this album is fucking insane, man. I mean, I don't know if you guys knew this or you saw it, but the original title of the album, when Darren was involved, was called Rise Pantheon Dreams, which Darren, then they gave that to him and allowed him to use that for his
Blood Divine.
Blood Divine, yeah. Which I haven't heard, so I don't know if that's better or worse, or I don't know anything about that. I'll have to check it out.
It has some cool moments.
Okay. Are they still together, or was that?
I don't think so.
That was a while back, yeah.
Yeah.
But also we should mention, too, that Kevin Ridley did a lot of the production on this, the engineering and production. So he might be a huge reason why they jumped up a pretty big level with the sound on this album. And, of course, Hammy's involved as a co-producer, but Hammy is Paul, how do you say it? Hamshaw. And he's the guy that owns or owned Peaceful. I don't know if he still does. I know he was sick for a while.
Yeah, I don't know.
He has a heart condition or something.
I actually just looked into this recently, and I don't think I ever totally found out.
Yeah, I don't really know. So, Restless Oblivion, we talked a lot about it. Man, just a killer opening track. Great heavy doom riffs, mid-tempo into that ambient section, about 4 minutes, showing the composition skills are elevating every release. Love the dark second half of this track. It's foreboding and intense, and Vince sounds maniacal on it. The intertwined repeating melody lines are just amazing. And like I said, I did that, when my Marato, and I had to look that word up. So I was like, what is that word in a Marato? And I guess it's a love interest or a partner, a sexual partner of the opposite sex. So there you go. I didn't know that. So I never had heard that word except for on this album, which was kind of interesting. But I love that line, man, where he does that, and then it goes into the it's so good. That's a banger track. The Shroud of Frost, I might have goofed, Derek. That's the song that has the Summer Breeze thing in it. I don't know where I came up with that before. I think I was looking at it. It's Shroud of Frost. Go listen to that. Steve, I don't know if you've ever listened to it, but Summer Breeze, Summer Breeze makes me feel fine. That song from Seals of Cross. It's in this song, and it's pretty obvious. Way stretched out and slower, but it's pretty obvious to me. Great track, though. Love it, love it, love it. Vince goes, he's crazy on this song. It's so incredible. Alone is Rebecca Wilson, who is Ruth Wilson's sister. She's on vocals. Wickedly eerie, gorgeous. Love the way the acoustic is recorded. Like you're literally hearing it from it's like you're hearing the acoustic from way far away, but it's right there. You know what? Does that make any sense to you guys when you hear it? When I say that, it's just like you're listening to it down a pipeline, and it's so beautiful. And the chords aren't your typical cowboy chords, and it's just gorgeous. Probably my favorite track on the album, believe it or not.
Really?
I'm a sap for ballads, man. I'm an old man. I get all winky-eyed and shit, And then you get, and the lyrics, I'm sorry, Sunset of Age. That's my favorite. Alone's the second. Crushingly heavy doomy with those chiming, ringing clean tones mixed with the heavy power chord riffs. It's heavy as balls, huge vibes to it. I love Vincent's intense, heavy vocals on it. They're not deathy. They're not goth, they're not clean, but they're a great combo of all those things, showing how versatile he's becoming as a singer. And, I mean, Darren White couldn't have done songs like this. There's just no way. And the lyrics, I think this is a Duncan Patterson lyric.
I don't know off the top of my
head. No, it's
Yeah.
Vincent O'Connell. I don't know who that guy was.
There were like two people that like guest wrote some lyrics on this record.
Yeah, I think he's one of them. The lyrics are killer, man. Throne of grief and a dying essence, crying beauty, the fettered aura. Forgotten oceans of hope, betrayed a phony, sullen laughter in unventured paradise. As one forever searching for landscapes serene amidst the sunset of age, with joyous masquerade, the summer dies. It's so poetic. I don't know what the fuck it means.
I mean, I don't either. It's just very, it fits the visual of the music.
It's very romantic in the visual of the music. Yeah. Exactly. So nocturnal, heavy, crushing power chords, distant, clean, melancholic lines, with Vince sort of speaking the processed, whispered vocal lyrics. Not my favorite track on the album, but I do like it. It's kind of has a bit of a Sleepless vibe to it. Like they kind of tried to tap into that again and didn't quite get there. But I do like it. Cerulean's probably my third or second favorite, depending. Sort of gothy intro, vaguely shoegazy, drone feel to it. Vin's kind of between a whisper and a moaning vocal, although the whispery, harsh screams that are buried in the mix deeply are really haunting and meditative. Really interesting, as most all John Douglas tracks tend to be. Definitely a favorite from the album, possibly my... I say this all the time. I contradict myself when I make these notes. So this is my favorite track, and then 3 tracks later I'm going, this is my favorite track. So I'm an idiot. What can I say? Just crazy good. The Silent Enigma, super doomy, down-tempo crawls along. Mostly Vince is kind of moaning out the vocals. This one just doesn't do much. It sounds to me like this song was them trying to write deep from Judgment.
Before they could write it?
Before they could write it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's just what it sounds like. And then you got Dying Wish. Very familiar melody lines that Duncan likes to use. Clean chiming guitars, very Celtic sounding, evocative orchestral synths. The opens up into one of the most memorable guitar riffs, melodies in Anathema's pantheon of great riffs, which I think we would all agree about that. One of my favorite Anathema tracks. I didn't say my favorite, but the tribal hypnotic section at 5:30 to 7 minutes mark is super cool, and then it just rages the final minute and a half. A monster mega banger of a song. It's just a stunning track. And then we got Black Orchid, which is a cool gothic instrumental closer. I would have ended with A Dying Wish and or
no, it's a Dying Wish should have been the ending, but it's okay.
Yeah, I think that's how it should have ended, right? You agree?
Yep.
And then you got some other stuff on here like Silent Enigma Orchestral Sleepless 96, which is actually good with Vince singing on it. It's great with Vince singing on it.
Sure.
And you know, like I said, I always felt this was my favorite album, but for a long time, I still love it to death. But I think it slid a little bit for me from number 1 after revisiting it for this deep dive. Still a 9.75 out of 10 for me. It's just a distillation of all the influences they were originally using with Darren White. But Vince opens the door to much greater growth and progression and possibilities. And Duncan starts to be a force. So, all right, so we got Eternity. We're getting there, guys. Hang in there. I'm going to try to move a little quicker here. Eternity. There we go. Steve, I'll let you start.
95, right? 95?
Yeah.
That is 96. November of 11th, 96 on Peaceville.
Okay.
Recorded at the Windings in Wales and Battery Studios in London. These are big-time studios. I mean, at least Battery, as I know. So Les Smith added on keyboards for full time. Roy Harper narrates the cover version of Hope, and Michelle Richfield is on vocal, which is a great song. And it's the last album with John Douglas until he returns for Judgment. He is not on the next album. So, all right. Sorry?
Just really quick, I saw this in an interview as well. They said that Eternity was a good record, but they thought the drums were bad. They were like not happy with the drums, which I find so crazy.
Yeah,
then he was gone but he was only gone for one record, I guess.
It was one record, like 3 years,
Yeah,
I think
so-
it was. Yeah, so it wasn't like he was gone forever.
Anyways,
Yeah.
go on.
And they got well, we get to that next, but they got Sean Steels, who I believe was in My Dying Bride.
He was for a minute.
Yeah,
He
for like
was
an album.
there now. He's in a band with another ex-member of My Dying Bride now. I forget the name of it, but
Oh, he's with isn't he in
Hamish.
Hamish is
I think
Hamish is
his name. God.
Godthram.
Yeah,
Godfrom.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Which
haven't
is
really-
good.
I just
Which
know-
is great. That last album by them is fucking killer. It's awesome. It's My Dying Bride, but it's like if Alice in Chains and My Dying Bride had a baby. That's kind of like the vibe of it. Yeah. So
That's cool.
all right, so go ahead, Steve.
Um,
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta
sure.
have a drink.
All right, this one. Well, fun fact about this personal copy: I got this in year 2000 and alternative 4 for Christmas. It was
Sick.
fucking the coolest Christmas ever.
That's I was gonna say that's amazing.
I love this record,
But
but there's some growing pains going on here, I think.
Kind of feels like a scattered album to me.
Yeah, I think they were comfortable, like, okay, we're not going to really do metal anymore. We're going to try to get away from this, but I don't think they were totally there yet. And I think a lot of my qualms with this record is just the production of it.
Okay.
This is a record I like. With all the remasters you see all the time, like, this is a record I would love to see finally get it like a touch up and a remaster.
Totally.
It just, nothing feels like it pops out. It all feels kind of flat. You know what I mean? Like the guitars, you can't really.
What's that second track, Angelica, and it has like the guitar playing, and it's like I can barely hear it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just sounds. It's like you wanted to go from playing like through like big stacks to something a little bit more boutiquey, but you didn't know how to capture the same intensity with it.
Yeah, the guitars sound so muffled on this record.
For real.
Like, it sounds
there's
like
some great songs, but
yeah, I agree. The songs are there, but it just sounds like there's a blanket or something covering the cabinet when they mic'd it. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, there are great songs, and I'll get into them. But I'm gonna get away with the gripes. I think again, Vincent hadn't been doing vocals long at all. I mean, bless the guy. Yeah. He's going definitely beyond his range a lot on this record, especially at the end of Angelica. There's some flat notes happening there. But I mean, like, it's a beautiful record and the songs are there, and it does look like the record, it does sound like the album cover.
Yeah, I love the album cover.
Yeah.
It's so like, it reminds me of like those like the thing that like that band Worm loves to like hit on, which like the cosmic black metal artwork and stuff like that. Like it has that, but then it's more of a sound I enjoy, which is like this. But yeah, I hear you. Like, it's a record I really like, but I would never say it's my favorite. I don't even know if I'd put it in my top 3, but I like so many songs off it. But there's just something that kind of keeps me from fully embracing it.
Yeah. I'm looking at the track list. I'm just trying to think of like some of the ones that jump out at me. Like, I love Suicide Veil. I think that's a really cool song.
Banger. Like, so good.
And Radiance. And I love the third, Eternity.
That song is so killer, man.
I mean, I do love. I warmed up to it, but even when I heard this album, I didn't love the Roy Harper cover.
Mm-hmm.
I think again he's trying, but he's singing a bit out of his range, so it's just a little. But again, I'm not like trying to. It's hard for me to say like negative stuff because I like have such an emotional attachment to all these records. But this is the one where they're like, again, there's, they're moving forward and there's a bit of a growth period.
Yeah.
So there's some growing pains you can hear it on this record, I think.
Well, it's like that thing where it's like, it's cool that they did the cover, even if I don't love it. I think it's amazing that they got Roy Harper to do the narration at the beginning.
Sure.
That's so cool. Even if I don't really care about the cover, like, it's just like they did it. It's like, I respect.
And that song clearly has Danny's most David Gilmour-esque solo in it. It reminds me so much of Gilmour. You could tell he was trying to do that forcefully.
The funniest thing is, for the longest time, I used to confuse Roy Harper with Roy Buchanan, like that guitar player.
Yeah, me too, actually. Yeah.
Fingers, the blues guy. Not the same dude. I will say, though, the third track, The Beloved, that's my favorite song on the record. Great guitar solo in that song. Which is a thing that doesn't happen much on these records, which is like guitar solos. But when he busts it out, like, he can really write a good solo.
Yeah, It's gold. I don't know. I think I already mentioned. I don't know if I have a favorite. I do really like "Cries in the Wind."
That's my favorite track on the album.
Your favorite track, and
Suicide
Veil, the third. Yeah, it's hard for me to pick, but I don't know. There's some great shit on this record.
Yeah, it's like it's a really good record, but I don't love it like I love others. But it's like it's definitely like it's bridging the gap, you know, sort of between like the old and the new era of like what this band would become. You know what I mean? Like you don't get the next record without this one, even though that record still too seems to have like kind of some drama around it. But like, you know, every little step matters.
Well, this was the next evolution, Derek. I think you'd agree with it. Both of you would agree with this. This is the next evolution into the progressive art rock phase that they were
for sure
starting to move into. There's no doubt this album is heavily influenced by Pink Floyd. I mean,
I feel like, and I gotta mention, I think, funny story, there's somebody in this chat who I met and used to talk to in the Anathema chat room all the time. Wade Conrad.
Wade.
He's here with us.
Yeah. Wade always pops up. Wade's awesome, man.
I have a question. Wade, I think it was you, Wade, who told me, didn't Duncan tell you when he was writing this record, it was a lot of Pink Floyd's The Final Cut, and he was listening to like a lot of King's X too. I know King's X was in the mix somewhere.
I love
this album and this album and the next album, all four, huge Final Cut vibes all over the place. In fact, they even nick a few things, and then they do one of the, what's the one when you're one of the few to make ends meet, that song, make them laugh, they do a cover of that, one of the few, I think, and then they do another Floyd cover too. You can't escape it. It's just there everywhere, you know.
Well, I've seen in interviews Danny talked about at some point he was like, the album "Wish You Were Here" like kind of like was like a flashbulb moment. Like he listening to it as an adult at some point, like he was like, "Oh, I really understand it now," and then like started kind of just implying it in his writing.
So
King's X and Queen. I don't really hear the Queen influence on this album.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, King's X, Queen. Okay, and Final Cut.
Sick.
I don't necessarily hear King's X either, and King's X are one of my favorite all-time bands, but I guess maybe. Yeah, that's interesting. I just hear the Floyd everywhere, but
I can kind of relate to that. There's lots of stuff that I do that I was like super influenced by, and then when I mention it, people are like, "What?" I don't hear it, but that's what I was inspired by at the moment. So
I feel you.
I'm gonna be the weirdo, guys. I'm gonna be the odd man out. I fucking love this album. I love every song on it.
Hell yeah.
I do agree that Vince is trying a few things that maybe he wasn't quite there yet.
Yeah.
Specifically in the higher range, which he tends to now, he'll go to a falsetto that's a strong for that, whereas trying to actually sing it out. But man, I just think, you know, first of all, Sentient comes in. It's just this cool. I never think, oh, I gotta kick this off. It's just a dumb instrumental track that's 3 minutes long. I mean, with the crying and the Ebo guitar that sort of sounds like it's got an envelope filter on it that's making it sort of sound wah-y, but not really, is so cool. And then you know, it's just not boring. It's just gorgeous. A lot of classical piano on it. Angelica is one of my favorite songs, man. Like it's probably, other than the songs I heard on A Fine Day to Exit, it's probably the second. I think this was the second album I bought. And I was just that intro. It's just so lilting and sad and heart-wrenching and beautiful. And then you get into that, you know, that what sounds like an Ebo guitar. I don't think it is. It's just the way that when he's doing the actual lead melody lines, and then you got Vince coming in with the "Where are you tonight?" And it's almost like he's like half asleep when he's singing the vocal, you know, like he's just waking up. But it fits the song so well, and I fucking love that song. It's just a beautiful, beautiful, sad song, which we always say about Anathema. Everything's sad, but it's sad wrapped in a beautiful bouquet of lushness and you know, it's the Anathema is one of the few bands that makes me connect with the humanness that I have in myself. In other words, there are songs in Anathema that literally bring me right to the verge of tears, or almost.
Oh yeah.
Because they're just so intense and beautiful. The Beloved, another huge favorite of mine from this. This song rules. Oh, it rules so hard, man.
Amazing.
Vince's anguished sort of growls and screams. It's also very gothy. I hear a lot of Sisters of Mercy and Fields of Nephilim in that song, especially with the repeating guitar lines that are super hypnotic. The Unseen, the Eternal, you know, that part there, and then like love the melodies and insistent urgency, and the chorus just rips, man. It's just so beautiful. What a song, man. And like you said, Derek, the solo might be one of Danny's best ever.
Oh, it's my favorite of his. It's so good. And then, yeah.
And then you got Eternity Part 1, which is slowly builds into a burner of a track with crushing heavy verse sections that are really epic and build into this heavier, riffy, faster section during the chorus that's really massive. And I kind of forgot how killer that song was. When I went back, I was like, and I kind of forgot how great this album was. Like, I really hadn't listened to this in a long time, and I was like, oh boy.
Is this your favorite?
I'm not gonna say yet. No, I'm not gonna go there yet. It
So
could be. It could be, but it's close if it's not. But this is a mega banger, man. This is fucking amazing. The part where he goes, "Do you think we're forever?" And you're just like,
awesome.
yes. You're just like, you want to stand up and go, "Fuck yeah, I'm forever, man. Just take me there." You know, it's so cool, right?
I don't mean to cut you off real quick. Like, I didn't mean to sound like I was like shitting on this record
Oh
earlier.
no. I know.
But, like when you're talking about it, I'm like remembering parts of the songs like, playing in my head. I'm like, oh yeah, this part fucking
This part rules, man. Yeah, exactly.
So,
Exactly. That's why I write these really long fucking things that nobody gives a shit about. But I really listen to everything that's going on from not only a guitar playing standpoint, but from a singing standpoint and from just a compositional standpoint. And I'm not like you guys. I'm not on the stages and doing that stuff. But I do write a lot, and I've got a lot of cool stuff that I might unleash one of these days. Maybe, just maybe. We'll see. And you know, almost all my stuff starts on acoustic when I write. Almost everything that I write, I start on acoustic, and then it morphs. And I think Danny probably does a lot of that, man. I really think he writes a lot on his acoustic,
if I had to guess,
and then gets in the studio and starts monkeying around with this pedal and that pedal and this amp and that head. And so Eternity Part 2, gorgeous, brooding instrumental, so melancholic, dark, and romantic. The guitar tones clean and distorted on this album, as you said, D, perfect. They're just amazing. They're unreal. Jeff might have been falling asleep when he was writing that part there. It ain't making much sense, so we'll just move on. Oh, the very end where it's the destiny, infinity, eternity.
Oh yeah,
so beautiful, man. And that is Michelle Richfield again. This is very much a Duncan Patterson song. You just hear it, you know it, if you know their material. It has a uniquely forlorn and melancholic writing style that he has, and I love that guy. We had a lot of back and forth back in the days of MySpace, guys. You remember MySpace?
nice. Oh, for sure.
So I almost thought I had him scheduled to come in for an interview last year, and then he brought up the thing that we're not going to mention, and I was like, dude, I don't even know what you're talking about. And then he disappeared on me, and I couldn't rope him back in. So Hope is really cool. I love the song. It's very Floydian, of course. I love that little melody line, the guitar. It just repeats, and it's cool. Suicide Veil. Oh, fucking epic. Oh, my God, man. Crushingly dark. All my shit sounds the same when I write about these things, but brooding, hopeless, vacant, but intensely beautiful. The acoustic and clean sections add so much mystery to the song. Like there's a mysterious vibe to that part of the song. Vince's vocals might be his best on the album, so pained and anguish, tragic and incredibly beautiful. Radiance, droning intro, dark and gloomy, Ebo goodness, drifting slowly and developing into that final, it kicks into that Floydian thing about the 4-minute mark where it's ambient and drifting. And then again, it kind of sounds more like a classic rock song than a metal song, though. I mean, I think you could probably level that at this album a little bit. And then you get even a weird kind of bluesy solo in Radiance that Danny rarely does blues solos, but he kind of does in that one. What a stunning song, man.
that's
Far Away. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that, reiterating, it's a great song.
Yeah, Far Away. That's kind of, guess, like you could say maybe the hit on the album. Maybe,
Yeah.
I guess. Was that a single? I think it was. Yeah, I think it was. You get into Far Away, man. It's the most immediate song. It's kind of got that beloved. I guess beloved would be the other one that's like that, but it's a very earwormy song. And again, that the chorus is very simple. It's just far away, where he's just doing that over and over. But it's so earwormish and drags you in.
I'm gonna cut you off for 1 second. We're talking about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, this album does have a lot of really cool guitar solos.
It does.
The Far Away guitar solo is awesome.
They're killer.
Really good.
It's really got killer songs start to finish, man. There really is not a duff track on here. And then we get to part 3, dude. That's a builder. Love the progressions Danny's using on the guitar to build the intensity and darkness. And then the breakdown section of all that clean, sustained guitar and percussion. It's another great track. Cries on the Wind. I still think it's either that or Suicide Veil. But, man, I do this every time. I think one song is my favorite, and then I start talking about another one. I'm like, that's my favorite. Vince's vocals on this are just amazing. That solitary, brooding, plotting bass. And then, reaching out. Da, 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 it's just like, fuck, man. For me, I think maybe you said this, Steve. This is what I wrote. It's a funeral processional song, but a majestic one. If there is such a thing when you're dropping somebody in the ground, you know what I mean? So, just fucking amazing. Ascension is a really neat little instrumental, but I would have ended it on either Cries or Suicide Veil, either one of those tracks. Although I think Cries might be the more epic ending to the album right there.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I'd honestly forgotten how stunning this album was. It's a clear moment that they jumped into a new realm as artists and composers. And that's not denigrating Silent Enigma, but there was still a lot of the death metal, doom metal hanging in there. This is a different animal, I think, altogether. I think a lot of that is mainly due to Vince becoming the vocalist. It allowed Danny to write and Duncan to write songs that were much more multi-dimensional as far as vocal deliveries.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's a 9.95 out of 10 for me, which I don't ever do those breakdowns of decimal points there like that, but I did in this case because I had to, because it was so close to being a 10. I think, again, just the running track may have been a little bit different for me. That would have been but there really isn't a mediocre track on here. It's just not a mediocre song on the whole thing. So, all right, we're at Alt 4 here. I think we can move a little quicker.
Oh, boy.
You want to take this one up, Steve?
Hell
I'm going
yeah.
to warn you, Steve. Don't shit on this record. I'm going to warn you, don't shit on this record.
Oh,
I might tell you, Derek, where I'm coming from if you want to guess what,
How could he? How could he?
I'm just giving you shit, man. Go ahead.
Oh, no, this is...
Monster.
I have a lot of things to say about this record, and they're all good.
Good. Do it. Go for it.
Where do we start? Well, I feel like like I mentioned earlier, I felt like Eternity was a stepping stone. It was a little, maybe, I guess, I don't want to say awkward. It's just kind of a jump. They were trying new things and trying to move away from something and going into something new. And I feel like it became really fully realized right here.
That's it.
But Eternity still had metal elements, and that the guitars were a little more distorted. They were still down-tuned. It was just a little more dense, and this is stripped down into more rock, straight rock.
Yeah.
It's more rock. Yep.
Yeah.
Prog
Still
rock.
has those like anathema lines though,
Yeah.
like something like Fragile Dreams, where it's like sounds more like a rock song, but it still has those, tendencies that they would, like the melodies and the chorus they're playing beneath it. So it's cool to hear it channeled through like almost a different style.
God, it's one of those records. I mean, as a kind of mopey, depressed teenager, it spoke to me. But now, as like even as a
Grown ass man,
having
yeah.
A mopey old man.
bad day,
Yeah.
it's still just like I
my
can listen
God.
to this album front to back and then listen to it, just let it play over and over again.
100%.
It's incredible. It's an incredible album.
It's
probably like my third favorite Anathema record.
It's my favorite. I'm just gonna go on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I won't do a track. I'll just kind of name stuff as it jumps out at me. This is probably irrelevant, and I'm probably shouldn't say anything about it, but I keep joking with Brooks from Crypt Sermon. I was like, dude, if we ever do a cover again, I want to like butcher Alternative 4. I want to do a cover of that song one day.
That would be so sick.
It's
Try to do it.
That'd be so good.
Try to make it sound like us, but like, it's just funny because that song when I was younger, like I always thought it was cool, but it wasn't one of the high marks on the album. Now I just think it's such a necessary song on the album because it's like by far the heaviest,
so sinister sounding.
well,
yeah.
dude, and the final stanza of the lyrics, "I'll dance with the angels to celebrate the Holocaust."
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
And far beyond my far gone pride is knowing that will soon be gone, knowing that I'll soon be gone. It's so life encapsulating, sadly, you know.
Yeah, dude. It's like, and this is like a deep cut.
Mhm. Yeah.
I just looking at the track list, the opener, Shroud of False, is gorgeous. Right into Fragile Dreams is a perfect segue.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Beautiful. Empty is just
is
such a rock like
song that
simple
should have
rock.
been on the radio. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like 100%.
I sing that song like such an asshole every time I'm in the car. Like crank it, and
That's awesome. I love it.
I even sing it in like a shitty British accent too. Like
Yeah.
I go full ham.
You do the little bit where Vince goes, "The Holocaust."
Oh yeah. I love Lost Control. It's like the saddest song ever written.
So good.
Oh, it's so good.
And that's very Final Cut-ish. Very
Yeah.
Final Cut-ish.
The violin outro, the solo,
It's incredible.
just like
Beautiful.
yeah, like
Heartbreaking.
it's
The
to this
lyrics of
day,
that record
still-
to that song are so good. Like
yeah. Reconnect. This was a Vincent song. I remember. I think this is the one he wrote.
Yep.
for the
That's his
record.
one
Yeah,
lone track on there, and it's fucking wicked.
it's awesome. Inner Silence, which is like the prettiest, like the tonality of the song is so beautiful and uplifting, but it's like the lyrics are the saddest fucking thing ever.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
that's a really interesting thing about it. And I already mentioned the title track. I Regret, and one of my favorite songs too on this record is Feel.
oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It's amazing.
10 out of 10.
It's
10 tracks.
such-
It's this whole record is just like front to back. There's no fat on it.
Nope.
no.
It's
No,
like,
every song actually
And
rips.
it's only what,
kinda
about
crazy.
44 minutes, I think?
45.
45.
Basically
Okay.
45.
Yeah.
nothing overstays its welcome.
Nope.
The track, like the track sequencing is perfect.
Yep.
And I think you
Um,
have to mention, I think you definitely have to mention, this is the album that you feel Duncan Patterson's impact on more than any other, I think.
Yes.
He's wrote, if I'm
He wrote
not
most
wrong
of
here-
it.
What's that?
He wrote like most of it.
I
think.
was just
At
going to
least
look
half
at
the
that.
record.
At least half. Yeah, I think he
And-
did. He did Shroud of False with Shroud of False is him. He did Empty, Lost Control, Feel, Destiny. So actually, it's mostly his album.
So, go ahead, Steve.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I thought about it in my head. I was like, which songs, and I could like immediately just tick them off. I'm like, oh yeah, this is a Duncan song. Like, they're much more like subdued and straightforward. It's usually just like a simple idea throughout the whole song. There's never
Fleshed out,
there's never too many like transitions. He just sort of it's all just a simple idea that he builds on usually.
And you guys, I'm sure you know Antimatter, where he
Yeah.
went after this. Like the first three Antimatters that he was on, even the later stuff's great. With Mick Moss is a great songwriter too. But those first three, in particular, Savior and the second one, what's this? Lights Out.
Lights Out. Yeah.
Man, it's very much like Alt 4.
Yes.
There's a lot of Alt 4 in those albums. You know,
So
Definitely like the successor.
I guess when they were making this record, this was when there was like apparently a lot of tension in the band, because this is the last one that Duncan was on.
Duncan's on, yep.
And I think he was like kind of fed up with Danny, and maybe Danny was also fed up with Duncan, because I think Danny kind of like walked in on this session kind of being like, most of the shit was written on piano. I didn't have like much to do on guitar, blah, blah, blah. And I think there might have been tension between the two brothers at the time as well.
Yeah.
I think there was a sort of like thing where Duncan was like, after the record was done, he's like, I'm going to leave so that you guys don't, like, so that the brothers don't break up. You know what I mean? Like, kind of thing. But man, like his contributions to this record, like they're so good, especially
incredibly good
lyrically, like Lost Control. Like there's just these nice little cues where it's like in the middle of the song, he says like, have I really lost control? And by the end he's singing, I admit I've lost control. Like I love like the progression of that song lyrically. Funny enough, Reconnect is one of the exceptions where I like how he says, come on and twist the knife again. I'd love to see you fucking try.
I love that. You know, it's so cool you brought that up, because that word belongs there. It belongs in
so
that,
intense.
Man. Yeah.
And that's the nice thing about this record, though. It's super anguish, and it sounds like there's a lot of like self-torture or tension, like just like anguish, and kind of reflects the state of the band. And like, maybe it is like it's like one of my favorites of theirs for sure. Like
it's
this record. It's so good. I love the album cover of the angel with like the reflection of like the astronaut on the moon.
Yeah,
or
which
whatever.
is so weird.
I have an OG shirt of it.
Do you really?
Yeah, I wore it.
Sick.
I wore it in I had like the Dawn one, and I still have them both. In the Dawn one with the Eternity lyrics on the back. And like the bird and
I showed you
Alternative Force shirt. I
showed you this. I found it on Thursday, and I'm like, I gotta take a chance on it. I hate buying bootleg shit, and I know I'm talking to two guys in bands, but I know you guys
bootlegs are awesome.
I know you guys own bootlegs, so but
bootlegs. I buy a lot of bootlegs because like a lot of them are tapping into designs I like, but also they're printed on blanks that aren't fucking totally shitty.
There it is.
Like bootleggers print. You heard from me. Like they print on typically nicer.
Oh, they're boutique now. Bootleggers are boutique now, man. Like,
and I would say if you look on eBay, 9 times out of 10, when you find a bootleg shirt, it looks way better than the band shirts. I hate to. To say it. Oh. I got a killer fucking. Edge of Sanity, the first album, I think.
Crimson, I don't remember.
Not Crimson.
Nothing but Death Remains. Yeah, I think it's Nothing But Death Remains. Man, it is one of the wickedest fucking screen printed shirts I've ever seen. It's so killer. Both sides too, you know. So it's tough. I mean, you guys know. Sidetrack for 1 second here. You guys know that most of the money that you're making when you're doing these shows is from the merch.
Yeah.
And so, but it's tough, man, for us out there that go to a lot of shows and buy a lot of albums and stuff like that. Man, when you go to a show and you got to drop $40 on a shirt, you're like, classic example.
Better be good.
Classic example. Last week, I went to see Worm down in Baltimore because I was supposed to come to Philly, but I had a neuro appointment the next morning. So hit Phil up. He's like, dude, don't worry about it. Throw you on the. I just was checking to see how sold out was. He's like, well, who cares? I'll just put you on the list. I'm like, oh, okay. Nice. I don't do that to get to you guys to ask you to do that stuff. I swear I don't. But it just happened that way. And Worm is doing a hell of a job with the merchandising, man. Whatever his name is, I know his name. I'm not supposed to say it out loud. So, but the Worm guy, Phantom, you know his name, of course, Derek. So, but he's just doing a killer job with the shirts, man. And But I bought a long sleeve shirt and it was $40. I'm like, fuck, man, I can't. I would have loved to have gotten a Gate Creeper shirt, but that was another
Sure.
$40. I was like, I really don't want to drop $80 tonight. I just don't.
No,
So I felt
I get
bad.
it.
I felt bad, but it's kind of how it works out a little bit. But that's where all your money's coming from. So it's kind of sad that I had to go this route. But if you look on O-Merch's page with their stuff, they only have like 3 designs, and
Yeah, and they're probably not that good.
they're
Like,
not
there's
that
just,
great.
dude, older bands, they're just kind of out of touch with their merch. Or what happens is it's like, you want to buy like a really good Effigy of the Forgotten Suffocation shirt, but they don't make them anymore.
Yeah.
Because they're like, well, then we'd have to like pay royalties to like people who aren't in the band anymore.
Oh,
So then people bootleg it, and then they get mad that people bootleg it, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, I'm sorry, but your new designs suck.
It's
Yep.
true.
Like, what are we
That's
doing here?
100%
Like,
true.
what are we doing here? You know what I mean?
100% true, man. So that's kind of the dilemma we as the fan face and you guys as the band face with
Yeah.
creating this stuff. But I mean, I think I paid $28 for this shipped, and it's not a screen print. It's a DTG, which is that direct to
Fuck
garment.
it, whatever.
But I don't dry my shirts in a dryer, and I cold
Yeah,
wash them.
it ruins shirts. If it's like a Gildan heavy cotton,
It's a Gildan. Yeah, it's a Gildan.
I always try to air dry them because as soon as
I air dry
wash
all my
them,
shit.
they like shrink the length. And
Yeah, I'm getting fat too, and that I'm getting old
yeah,
and
me
fat, so I
too.
need to. We can't all be skinny like Derrick, I mean, it's just kind of how it works. But
Sorry, guys.
all right, so moving on. We're what other final thoughts from Steve? You have a couple more thoughts on Alt?
God damn it, I love this album.
Yeah, man.
I don't really know what else to say about it. It's front to back. I think it's a perfect record.
I do too.
Like I'd say the Silent Enigma is probably my favorite, but I could see some people making some gripes, like some choices or some things that they might not be for everybody. This record, like, there's no fat on it. Like, it's paced perfectly. It's a perfect album.
I think the one argument that you would get out of the old school doom death guys would be like, well, it ain't metal. That would be,
That's okay.
and it's not. It's not.
Apples and oranges, it's
So
there's
what?
no right or wrong. It's just
Yeah.
I think it's a perfect rock album.
Yeah,
Agree 100%.
it's great.
Real quick, just a couple of facts on it. Came out June 22nd, 98 on Peaceville. Again, the Winding Studio. Kit Wolven, who actually worked with a band called Magnum. They were a big sort of pomp prog band back in. Well, they still were until Tony Clarkin just died. But he did. He was a producer on this. So I think it was the first one they had an actual real, paid for producer. The title refers to a British sci-fi mockumentary called Alternative 3, purporting to be an investigation in the UK's contemporary brain drain. Describes a plan to make the moon and Mars habitable and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, they also added Sean Steele's, remember, from My Dying Bride on this. Shroud of False, man, that super cool piano. And it's very Floydian, very The Wall, very The Final Cut. And then you got that, we are just a moment in time. Do. And then he does that, a dream for the blind, and then it kicks in with the heavy power chord stuff is so fucking killer. And like you said, Steve, it transitions right into one of the GOAT tracks of Anathema's career, which is Fragile Dreams. And, just a mesmerizing track, man. The ebow, the violin, so much here, countless times I trusted you. I let you back in. And oh, maybe I always knew, it's just so incredible, man. Again, that's a GOAT track for me for this band. It's just so good. Empty.
I wonder. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I wonder if after Duncan leaves the band, if I don't know the circumstances of why the drummer came back for Judgment.
Yeah,
but I wonder if they were
had
just
something to do with
like, yo, like we're falling apart. Like, let's get this guy back.
Maybe that was what it was. Didn't even know that.
I remember Sean Steele saying in an interview that he quit the band because Danny was such a dick to him.
Well,
Uh,
we weren't going to touch on that, but he's not the first guy that said that. A lot of people say that.
Okay.
At least that's what I said. I heard, and then I think at least I read that Dan eventually saw it and apologized and reached out to him. I think, yeah, it just sounded like it was a bad time for the band.
Yeah.
All around. So, I mean, I don't know any of these guys personally, so I don't want to like. It's all just like hearsay. So I don't know. It's just what I read.
Yeah. We weren't going to get deep into that, and I still don't want to. So if
Sure.
anybody has questions about that, go find it on your own because we weren't there. We don't know.
Yeah.
I know what I know from Duncan, which I spoke to him about a year ago, and I asked him to come on, and he said, "Yeah, sure, I'd be." And I said, "I'd love to talk to you about your time in Anathema and Antimatter, and then Ion, and some of the other stuff he's done since then." He lives in Mexico, actually.
Mhm.
Is married to a woman there and has a couple kids. He's like a major fucking triathlete or something like that. Runs like crazy, which good for him. And he's covered in tats too, which is interesting too. He's like just covered, man. It's kind of wild. But he said, "I'll do it, but I don't want to talk about him." And I'm like, and he said, "And what's going on?" And I'm like, "I don't know what's going on. I had no idea. I just had no idea." I'm like, "I don't know." He's like, "Well, okay, but you can't bring that up." And I'm like, "I don't know what you're talking about." Then I went and started looking, and I'm like, "Oh, fuck." Okay. So I hit him back, and I'm like, "Hey, dude, I promise I won't bring it up, but I can't do an Anathema. I can't do an interview with you about Anathema and not bring up maybe some of the other band members. Is that what you're proposing?" And he never got back to me. And I hit him up like 3 or 4 other times, and he just ghosted me. So, I don't know. I may still reach out to him and say, "Hey, we did this," but I don't know whether he'd be interested in coming on. I just don't know. So,
yeah. I mean, I'll just reiterate again on my end of things. Like, working, being in a band's hard, and it's, and I know, again, this is just like stuff I've heard, and I don't want to like spread anything. It's just like, I don't know these guys. So
yep. So we'll leave it there. Real quick on Empty. Was I on Empty? Did I do that one already? Anyways, we'll move on. Well, Empty, no. Another monster banger. Proggy Doomy. What's weird is I have a... Wait, no, hold on. Vince's vocals on Empty are amazing. I have a real... Oh, it doesn't really have a chorus. This song doesn't really have a chorus. It's pretty much an all-verse song, essentially. The verse kind of acts as the chorus in a lot of weird ways. And then you get that lead, that guitar, those arpeggiated melodies serve as kind of the actual chorus, as opposed to having a chorus. The guitar is kind of the chorus line.
I never thought about that. That it's works. It's super catchy. Wow.
Yeah, and the lyrics are haunting and amazing as well. Lost Control. That's a classic Duncan song. Just dark and sad and empty and intensely broken, but amazing. This is the album where Duncan Patterson emerged from Danny's shadow as a composer, and honestly, he's on Danny's level at every point, I think. And the thing that makes this album so fucking great is it's very varied. Like no song sounds the same. It still all sounds like Anathema, but no song sounds like, oh, they're running out of ideas. It's just 10 amazing tracks, start to finish. So Lost Control real quick. Wrapping that up. Very 70s proggy doom. It reminds me of the Final Cut, which all this does. The stringed instruments at the end are magnificent. Just absolutely great. Reconnect is Vince's lone song. It's probably the heaviest song. Would you agree? It's kind of got that mellow sort of verse thing, but when he gets to the chorus, it's like it's just that.
I think it's the fastest for sure. I think. Yeah. I would argue that the title track's the heaviest.
You might be right about that. Yeah. I mean, but when he's doing the black, cold night, I toss and turn down. It's so fucking killer, man. It's so that's like the metal song on the album to me. And then when he does the little part, come on and twist that knife again. Well, I'd like to see you fucking try, like you said, Derek. It's so perfect. Perfect, right? Incredible lyrics on that song, man. Just that little stanza there is, come on and twist that knife again. Well, I'd like to see you fucking try. Never going back again. An answer won't come from me. Confront your own worst enemy. What does your mirror see? It's time to face up to me. A lot of self-loathing and introspection in that song right there, right? Which, by the way, we should mention, Vincent Cavanaugh had his first child
You
at
did.
the beginning of the month. At
All that.
51, you go, Vince.
Oh.
Not this guy. You go. I did all my shit back in the 20s when I was in my 20s. But just amazing, man. So Inner Silence. Is this song fucking amazing? Or I could say that about every single song here on out, probably, but just so beautiful. Danny just has a thing for finding gorgeous melodies. This is one of his, and it's just stellar. So, again, the lyrics: when the silence beckons and the day draws to a close, when the light of your life sighs and the love dies in your eyes, only then will I realize what you mean to me. That's super poetic. Alternative 4 fucking balls out, insanely killer, spooky, haunting intro, one of their best ever. This is another Patterson goat track. I probably already said one of the other songs is my favorite, but this is my favorite. So just your mileage may vary with these reviews here. Regret, another incredible, comfortably numb sort of vibe with that. Another goat track. Feel, primarily acoustic, beautiful, moving ballad. Love it. The organ is great. There's a lot of organ on this album, which you hear a lot of synths on the other albums, but this one is very organ based, very organic, very 70s prog, right? And then Destiny, kind of a mellow outro that's slightly anticlimactic. It might be my only tiny bitch about the album, but it's minor at all. And then this album's a masterpiece, man.
Yep.
Epic, proggy, doomy, Floydian masterpiece. It shows how stunning this collection of musicians started to become by this time in their career. It's especially a tribute to Duncan Patterson, especially given his incredible songwriting and dark, haunting, emotive tracks.
It's a hell of a swan song for him.
Yeah, and I mean, it continued after he left, though. But when he left, he went to Antimatter, and I seriously suggest you check out those first 3 Anathema Antimatter albums, because they are. Do you know them, Derek?
Nope.
God, check them out. Trust me on
I
it.
will.
Believe me.
I will.
All right, Judgment. We're almost there, guys. So for Judgment, we get Dave Pybus comes in to replace Duncan. Dave actually ended up, I believe, was he with Cradle first, or did he go to Cradle after? After, I think.
He went after.
Yeah. John Douglas returns. Lee Douglas, while not a permanent member as yet, makes a notable contribution, and I think it's pretty seismic because I love Lee. And so go ahead.
This is the second best Anathema record.
Ooh, okay. Nice.
It's just, it's so good.
Yeah, I don't even know where to place it. I don't really have a bad thing to say about this record either.
No, it's really good. It's just like it feels like I don't know, as far as like their second phase of being a band, it's like it feels like they finally like kind of like crested here.
Arrived. Yeah.
As much as I love Alternative 4, like this one seems less concerned with like being like a rock album.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like way more patient. It's like way more subdued. There's like some intense moments for sure, but
I do like that they sort of made a call back to like what they were doing so well on the first records. Like they brought back that like kind of wet, dreamy atmosphere.
Totally.
And then
totally.
put it in, and then like finally mix it in the context of the rock stuff that they were doing.
For sure.
It was like they took what they were so good at the first time around and finally tapped into it again, but in the context of a rock band.
Well, and even the album cover kind of reminds me of like Eternity, like this like sort of like cosmic sort of looking thing.
Yep. Sort of like
great.
looking to the horizon, moving into the great beyond, the kind of,
This go ahead.
I was just saying, I don't have synesthesia or anything, but like maybe it's just because I look at the cover and I listen to it, but these are the colors I hear when
Absolutely.
listen to the record.
And unironically, the lead-off song to the new Weather Systems, which is the Danny post Anathema track, is called Synesthesia. It's also the best track by far. But yeah, so go ahead.
I don't know if it's maybe just also because like during the pandemic when I was working, this was like the one Anathema record I could always put on at work, and it was just like always palatable for like people in the shop.
Yeah.
So I probably listened to it more than any other Anathema record in the last like 4 years of my life.
Okay.
But I love it. I love the lyrics of it. I love the sequencing of it. Like I love how like the song, the third track, Forgotten Hopes, as it ends, it immediately goes into Destiny is Dead, the instrumental. It gets so seamless sounding. I love the song Make It Right. Like Make It Right like is such a pop song. It's amazing. Like it's so good. It's so well done. One Last Goodbye is amazing. Like there's so many good songs on this record. Like it's just, and I don't love every song absolutely, but those songs that are good, just like they just rise above.
Yep.
Also, like two full-on instrumental tracks, and one of them closes the album, and I actually like the closer, which is 2000 and Gone.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta ask you. Hold on. What song does that remind you of?
2000 and Gone?
Yeah. It's got an old 70s track, very early, huge band. Letters FM. FM are the two.
Just tell me. Fleetwood Mac?
Albatross.
Oh, I never thought
very
about
much got an Albatross vibe to it. That lazy bum, 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 bum. It's not exact, but it's got that vibe. That
like this sounds like 2000 and Gone sounds like what you would have heard on an indie rock record in the 90s.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
This is their indie rock album for me. On the next one too, I think a little bit.
Sure.
But it's got it, you know, it's kind of an amalgam of the last three records in sort of you know what I mean? Like Steve mentioned that they do have some of the sounds coming back from the early stuff. You know, like Silent Enigma, but songwriting wise, it kind of harkens back to Eternity a little bit, and perhaps
a
little less progressive than maybe Alt 4 was overall.
I could see that. And yeah, the opening track Deep is really good. Like every song is good, basically.
It's hard to, I mean, again, I'm not good at picking favorites. It's not, but you know, I will point out, I love the title track. I love the lyrics to the title track. It's just, I don't know, they kind of speak to me about, it's just, you know, it's just about getting old, basically. Like how you're, you know, you're a kid and like, and then the next thing you know, you're like, yeah, it's just about aging and how time is just a motherfucker. Like,
I'll just add that I skipped that track because I'm already fucking super old. So I just was like, yeah, I don't need to hear about how old I am. I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, it's just, and like, also not even just getting old, but like taking your time for granted.
Yeah.
Especially when you're younger. Something that's that speaks to me a lot. Like that song really definitely moves me a lot. I get a lot of feelings when I hear that song.
Emotional
a lot of time when I was a kid. So
for sure. Emotional Winter has like the most Pink Floyd intro of all time.
Yes.
Like, as far as like their catalog goes.
Very Gilmore-y stuff on that one too.
Very.
I love that track, man. I think that track is fucking amazing.
And I love Forgotten Hopes.
So good.
Oh,
so good.
Amazing.
It's so good.
That's usually if I mean, I don't play much acoustic, but it's funny. Usually, if one's laying around, that's usually one of the first riffs I play.
Yeah, and that chorus. I'm trying to remember. Is it the chorus or is the verse? Now I'm confused. Where he does the "Did I punish you for dreaming?"
Yes.
That's the chorus, right? Or the verse? It's verse.
Chorus.
Oh, it is the chorus. All right.
Yep.
I'm getting a few of them mixed up in my head a little bit, but god damn, man, Vince's vocals on this album just stunning, man. Just
Yeah, they're amazing.
the way he developed and continued to develop as a. I mean, it gets better too, as Derek I think will agree. It gets better, which is crazy to think. You know,
there's a really interesting thing in Pitiless when the song kind of drops out in the middle and does that huge swoopy flange, where he's basically playing the clean riff from the next song. That riff is very similar to Forgotten Hopes. And I always thought that was so clever how they like incorporated a riff from the next song and used it there just for a brief moment before actually going. It's just very clever, really well thought out.
Oh man,
These guys
so
can
good.
write songs.
yeah. I mean, just again, this is another step forward from an already superlative album that we all, I think, gave 10 out of 10s to, right?
Yeah.
And you're now at that point again. It's like, how many bands can you name other than Tumult and Crypt Sermon, of course, that write, stellar albums back to back to back? And Dream Unending.
Hard.
Sorry.
It's hard to do, man.
Super
It's really
fucking
hard to do.
Yeah. Especially when, in like your case, you guys are pro musicians, but you're not pro. They're not. It's not paying the bills entirely for both of you, right?
Yeah.
And so it's kind of hard to do. I assume, from what I understand, Danny said he can't do anything else but be a songwriter and a rock guy or a guitar player. So I don't think he's ever had a real job, from what I gather. And by real job, that can be working at McDonald's, or it can be working in a factory or whatever, being a CEO. But, the amount of physical and emotional and creative energy that goes into creating an album.
I mean, I can speak from my experience, and I know writing music for me can be a rough road. It can just be a lot of frustration and just so much. I want to say self-loathing. It's just very critical, and it can just be it can be a very long, grueling process on my end. And I don't want to speak for you, Derek, but I vaguely remember when we had a conversation, it's a lot more of a, I don't know, organic process for you, where it just sort of comes together, which I'm very envious of, by the way.
But see, Derek doesn't have a kid, number one, so that's kind of helps
even
a little
before
bit.
a kid, it's just
and two, Derek, you're playing all the time. I mean, I think you must play.
I play
day.
a lot, but well, I'm sure Steve does too. I mean, but for me, I find it comes in bursts, right? So it's like I will have a month and a half where I'll write a whole record, or the outline of a whole record, but then for the next year, I won't do jack shit. You know what I mean? So then when I'm called, if someone calls upon me to do something when I'm not in that swing, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I have anything.
Hard to get in there. Yeah. It's hard to get yourself in that headspace to do it.
I wonder though, Steve, do you find kind of bouncing between bands kind of helps you loosen up in your brain a bit?
You know what helps me? Getting me in a room with for example, with Crypt Sermon, if you get me in a room with Brooks and a computer, and I can just I don't do a lot of home recording, and I have some stuff, but I just don't have a setup that's very conducive to me sitting down and being able to just get going. I don't have a good workflow. Yeah. So a lot of me, it's just sitting down with my guitar, trying to come up with stuff that sounds good. And that can be, you miss the big picture doing that a lot of time because you're just so focused on the riff.
Yeah.
But, a lot of times, with Brooks or the Crypt Sermon, I'll have an idea and then we'll get going. And then once I get it down, I'm like, oh, and then it just it comes to me.
Yeah.
But, when I'm writing the more aggressive stuff with Daeva, that's more me getting in the room with Enrique, the drummer, because it's so momentum based.
Yeah.
So a lot of it's just playing the same shit over and over again. But okay, we need to do this. We need to do this on a downbeat. Now where this is getting boring, so we need to. It's a lot of repetition doing that stuff. And of course,
do you guys as guitar players find at all that you fall into the same traps often, where you go to those same riffs that you've written in your head a million times, and you're like, oh, I'm definitely not going to do it this way, and then you end up going back to it and going, fuck, I've already written that like 8 times.
Sometimes, but I'm always trying to perfect it.
I know you
Like-
do. I know you really
like-
push your boundaries, listen to jazz and classical and all that kind of stuff.
but like I'm always like, it's like I in my head I have like 4 kind of stock like dream unending ideas, but every time I'm trying to change them somehow or just like stretch them out in a different way. For me though, just trying to learn other kinds of music or playing other kinds of music, writing other kinds of music, and then going back to like the thing I had to write for before kind of makes me approach it in a different manner. Probably more so with Dream Unending though, because I get to take the most chances with that band.
Sure,
I get
it's
to
a
have the
little less-
most. I get to have the widest amount of sound. It's harder with death metal,
Yeah.
and it's also. It sounds strange. It's easier to get Justin to take a chance on something rather than my bandmates in Tomb Mold.
Okay.
Like he's less afraid, for lack of a
Yeah.
better way of putting it. So
Right.
it's easier for me to just kind of like, try shit, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I could make those 2 songs on that Worm split with those guys, but I was able to do it with Justin. Like, it was so seamless. I think he just kind of trusted that it would work out. Not that they don't in Tomb Mold, but it's just like, I don't know. There's more of a criteria, I guess, with a death metal band.
Right.
A lot harder to have like 4-minute clean passages if like Max is like, well, I can't sing over it. You know what I mean? Whereas
Yeah.
Justin
true.
doesn't seem to care as much. I don't know. It's
He
complicated.
figures it out. Yeah.
But
I played Steve. I played that real quick. That little acoustic thing. I've been working on this song forever, and it's I'm working all these different chordal things, and because of Life's an Influence, I like a lot of chiming strings, and it's all finger picked, and it's it's not using 2 fingers, it's using my whole hand. And I'll never forget, I'm playing this and I come up with this chord that I'm like, oh my God, that chord is the best chord I've ever written. And I'm playing it and getting better at it. And all of a sudden one day, I don't know why, Diary of a Madman comes on, and I'm like, motherfucker, that's the fucking Diary of a Madman chord. I never knew how to play that. But somehow that was the chord I came up with. I'm still keeping it. I don't give a shit. But I mean, it sounds cool as fuck. But it was like there was like a little bit of an air let out where I was like, oh man, I thought I came up with some Holdsworthy and weird thing that nobody would ever do. And then there it was. Randy already did it. Everybody's played all these chords and notes a million times over. So I was just curious what you thought about that. But I think to get back to these guys so we can wrap up here shortly, is that they just as a collective just kept pushing boundaries and getting better and better and better at using so many dichotomous different influences that they made their own and made them sound just like Anathema. They didn't sound like, they don't sound like anybody else. They just don't. I mean, you could say maybe a little bit of Radiohead. Maybe you could point a little bit at the Radiohead influence that came in later on.
oh yeah, for sure, especially in the 2000s.
And the Floyd
like Natural Disaster and stuff.
Yeah, big time. But
I'll just say, I've been listening to this band now for 24, 25 years.
mhm.
And I got into this band when I was a 14-year-old kid. And, you digest a lot of music over the years. And a lot of stuff doesn't always age well. Like you go back and listen to it, you're like, oh, but like this, it's just like, it gets better and it sticks with me.
It's crazy.
They're a mainstay
Crazy.
band. I've been listening to them regularly for, I guess over half my life now. And like, it's not changing anytime soon. It's just,
Which is super fucking cool, right? I mean, that's just,
it reminds me of so many different eras of my life too. There's a lot of like memories and history with all these albums. It just becomes, it's very sacred,
intertwined with your life. And that's, the great thing. Let me run down my quick rundown. I'll make it very fast on
Sure.
Judgment. Because I know Derek is yawning, so I want to get him to bed soon. You old men, I got to sleep till noon. I didn't have to get up more today. So
Oh, my dog didn't let me sleep last night. So
shit.
I spent half it on the couch. So
Oh,
it's okay.
boy.
I'm hanging
Yep.
in. I'm hanging in.
Relegated to the couch. Nice. So Deep starts it out, man. It's a fucking amazing piece. It's an alt rock track, but it's so good, man. It's just so good. It's kind of like the next generation of Sleepless, I guess you could say, in a weird way. It's got that same earwormy sort of riff, right? You know,
Sure.
down, 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 down. And it's just, you know, great vocals, a really memorable chorus. Love this song so much. And then when they go into the, I guess you'd call it the middle eight or the bridge or whatever, he goes, all the time is love. It's just like, wow, so good, right? Pitiless, huge sounding song. Love the heaviness of the verses. And yet Vince still makes it sound so emotionally intense. The drumming is really great on Pitiless, I think. The guitar tone is killer. Another banger. Forgotten Hope, we just talked about. Acoustic mainly, very mellow, wistful, very Floydian. Very alt 4 that track is to me a little bit. The pre-chorus chorus section is so damn good. You know, that's the Did I Punish You for Dreaming? It's so beautiful. Make It Right, probably my sleeper track on the album, man. That song is a beast.
Might be my favorite, but I don't know.
It's up there, man. And the way Vince sings that track is so fucking killer, man. It's just incredible. It's hard to put into words. I think that is my favorite song on the album. And then you come to the real tearjerker, the Danny and Vince's ode to their mother who died from alcoholism, I think a couple years earlier. I could be wrong. Somebody can correct me. This song really hits me hard, man. It hits hard. Like when I was listening to this, I was getting that choked up feeling and just feeling like, man, I you know, somewhat because of my own situation, what I'm dealing with and what my kids might think at some point. But it's just a beautiful, beautiful, painful song. And the Gilmore solo in this one, Derek, is
that's so good.
chef's kiss.
It's
amazing.
Yeah, top shelf, like unbelievable guitar solo.
Yep. And the whole album, again, this is another one that has great guitar solos throughout. None of them are widdly wanky John Petrucci solos. Love John Petrucci, but they're widdly wanky all the time. Used to like it until Jordan Rudess had to follow it everywhere. And then I was like, fuck, stop! Him and also I'm just not a Labrie guy much anymore. But Parisian Moonlight, the melody on this track is sublime. It's the first appearance of Lee Douglas, and holy shit. Beautiful. Lee has one of the most epically beautiful voices we're going to talk about a lot in the next part. It's too short. That's my only complaint about it. The song's too short. I wish it was like 2 or 3 minutes longer. Judgment, Steve, I don't know why. This song didn't grab me, man. It's the one pedestrian song I felt on the album was oddly. I got to go back and listen to it. Maybe I was drifting off to sleep and wasn't focused. So don't take my stupid ramblings personally. It's just that this was the one song I was kind of like, you know. Don't look too far. Don't look too far. That wow, 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 wow. That fucking wad out. I don't know what they're using on that, what kind of pedals he's using on there, but it's so cool sounding, man. You have an idea on that? You have any guesses on that, guy?
Off the top of my head, I think the guitar is just there's a wah.
It is. There's definitely a wah in there, but there's something about that section that makes it feel really thick and meaty, like for some weird reason. But what a song, man. Ghostly, haunting vibes. Probably the heaviest song, I think, on the album. Do you agree? I think probably. I
don't know. I know that was
maybe Wings of God. That's pretty heavy too, but it's not.
Wings of God is heavy.
Yeah.
Wings of God. Don't Look Too Far was the first song I heard off this record, actually.
Was it?
Yeah.
Man, I mean, I that song is hard for me to describe. It's definitely my favorite song on the album. The vocals in the verses are sublime, and then the chorus is huge and massive. It's kind of psychedelic at times a little bit on there. And Lee sings the backing vocals on this, where she does the harmony part up high on the Don't Look Too Far. And bam. So Emotional Winter. Love the very atmospheric Floydian intro. Gorgeous, very Gilmore, and very, very intense. And Vince is stellar on this track. Wings of God's possibly the other heavy super track on here. Very Floydian. Just an amazing track, man. Heavy rock song, not metal. but I think it's probably the most intensely direct song. Anyone Anywhere is a piano-led track. Another fucking banger of the song, man. I mean, it's like, and it's actually the one song that's kind of cheerful on the album. If you listen to the album as a whole, Anyone Anywhere is kind of like the uplifting song. You know, they don't do that much on their albums, but 2000 Gone, absolutely gorgeous instrumental. Odd choice of an album ender, though, I think, and very Peter Greeny and very Albatross. And Wade said they did cover Albatross, so that makes sense. So another monster album that at the time was so heavily influential to me that I fell deeper in love with this band thanks to this album. Definitely started to increase my guitar playing more because I love the way that Danny played guitar. It inspired me to try to write songs like this, which I don't think I ever have, but, you know. I think maybe the only slight misstep was Judgment, but I'd have to go listen to it. I need to go listen to it again. It's a 10 out of 10 album, though. And, you know, it's kind of what I sort of call the end of phase 2, because I really think phase 3 really starts with this last album we're going to talk about, and it carries forward from there. But you could maybe do a little bit of both. You know what I mean? It kind of straddles both those lines. But all right, last one, guys. A Fine Day to Exit. Or do you have final thoughts on Judgment, guys, real quick?
No, go ahead,
Steve.
Fuck it, 10 out of 10. That's all.
Yeah.
10 out of 10, man.
You're easy, man.
No, it's
No, I got it. I totally get it.
exceptional.
That's what's so cool about doing this with you guys as professional musicians, as guitar players. We get to nerd out a little bit on all these stellar fucking songs. So it's just, I really have to think hard, and I don't think I could come up with one.
Yeah.
I can't really come up with like a bad Anathema song. There's a couple that are, you know, okay, they fall way down near the bottom, but you know what I mean? It's just not, it's not. So, all right, let's get this last one so you guys can get out of here, and Steve, you can crash. All right, Fine Day to Exit.
All right.
Which was the first album I bought officially by them when they came into my real knowing who they were. So
this is an interesting one because I remember people, and by people, I mean people in the Anathema chat. So Wade, maybe you can help me weigh in on this and refresh my memory, but I remember hearing rumblings about this record, and there was a lot of uncertainty among like a lot of the older fans that they were going to be doing a more like British rock direction,
like a Radiohead album.
Yeah, and I remember even some people like talking about they knew what the album cover concept was. They were before releasing it, which is funny now to look at it with like this Nokia phone.
The Nokia phone.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But it's 25 years ago almost practically.
Yeah.
So 24 years.
But so I listened to this record a lot and I liked it, but I definitely had to brush up on it a good bit. And I gotta say, I was like pleasantly surprised by how much I actually like really loved.
Fucking love this album, man. It's way up in my top 5.
But I mean, I will say, I remember like when Pressure came out, it was like, what? A lot of people were like, "What the fuck is this?"
I love that song. I love it. Oh my god.
And I liked it too.
John Douglas.
But you know, it's funny after revisiting this, and because I've been listening to it on Spotify, and I was surprised because I've had this for I don't know forever, but the Spotify version has like an intro track, and then Release is the album opener.
Yep.
And I very much prefer the new track listing to the original.
Really? No kidding.
Yes.
Okay. That's the 2015 reissue, by the way, which starts with A Fine Day intro and then goes to Release, then Leave No Trace. Wait, is there another one?
There's the Fine Day into Release. The version I have starts with Pressure.
Yeah, that's the version I have, the original. Yeah, you don't like that version.
I mean, it's the version I was used to and always had, but I always did think Pressure was a weird album opener. And I remember at the time, I think, this was their first album on Music Creations. Yep. So they were on a more like major label. And I can remember Danny in interviews saying, like, just kind of complaining, like, I mean, come on, Release is the obvious first single, which, I don't work for a major record label, so I'd probably do a really bad job at it. But I agree, though. I mean, I like Pressure. Fine. It's a good song. But, I mean, I think Release is incredible. That, to me, is an obvious single. But you know what? I don't work for a major label, and I don't do press releases or anything PR. So what the fuck do I know? But again, I like the rearranged track listing. I think it's just paced better and a little more evenly, a little more peaks and valleys. Like the original just feels a little awkward to me with Pressure in the beginning. But one track that really surprised me when I was re-listening to this was Barriers. That was
that's the best song of the record.
Oh,
dude,
beautiful.
Dude. Like, it used to be like the song I skipped. Now it's like probably my favorite fucking song.
Oh my god! It's my sleeper favorite track. Yep.
I'm actually not a huge fan of this one.
Okay.
Like I think it's a good record, but it's not one I ever put on.
Sure.
But that song, there's such a simplicity to it, especially like the chord progression is just like, I think it's like B minor, A, and G, but the G has like a flat 5 in it, so you just get this little bit of like something's off about like the last chord before it repeats the cycle, and it works so well. It's like such a great pop trick, which is just like have a couple normal chords and then one not normal chord to catch people by surprise.
Yeah. And this also marks, I guess, which he does a lot more frequently on the latter half of the career. This is Danny's vocal debut. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Really, though, when I was listening to this, it was when the chorus opened up that just sort of took my breath away. I was like,
"Yep,
whoa!" Like I kind of forgot
100%,
how huge and beautiful the chorus was. And again, like this is one I probably slept on and skipped a lot more when I was younger. But it's one of my favorites, if not my favorite now.
Dude, that's my favorite track on the album. And yours too, Derek? Did we lose Derek? Is Derek there? Hello?
I don't know if you can hear with the headphones.
Did we lose you? Did we lose you?
We're good.
Okay.
They're starting to die.
Okay. We're almost there. Another 10 minutes, we should be done. This is your favorite track too, right? You said, Derek?
Barriers?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the one I like the most. It's the one that just like, yeah, I don't know. It's so simple. It's just so effective.
Yeah. This jumped out at me. Yeah, I love Release. I don't know, like, I don't have like the emotional attachment to this. I think all the songs are like pretty good songs. I think this is also after Judgment, like for me personally, like the shift for me, especially like when I was so young, like I still liked it and I still do like it now. And I'm going to actually spend a lot more time with it because it took me by surprise. But after Judgment, it was definitely like it was a shift. And I wasn't.
I thought it was a little bit of a letdown, like a slight letdown.
Yeah, I guess. But I also, even then, I kind of understood that they were, shifting gears.
Right.
And I understood and appreciated that even as a kid.
Any Derek? Any additional thoughts? You said this is one of your least favorites, or one that you don't visit that often.
It's the one I never come back to, but the track listing that I'm the most familiar with is like the Redux track listing, and I think the Fine Day intro makes a lot more sense to me. Mm-hmm. But even that song, like the like kind of intensity of like the back half of that like instrumental track, just doesn't sound like anything I hear from like your average like rock band or even like metal band. Like it sounds like something more from like, sounds like something I'd hear on like an At the Drive-In record or something like that. Right. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know how else to describe it, but it's cool. I think the song that I don't like is Panic.
It's probably my least favorite song on the album too. Yeah.
I think Release is a good song. Pressure's a good song, but I don't think it's a good opener.
Yep, I agree.
But I Barriers is a song that like I hear it and I'm like, I just want to repeat it. Like if that song had been like on Judgment, like then Judgment becomes 11 out of 10.
Okay.
I'm really happy that we're like kind of agreeing on this too, because again, I was driving home from work the other day and my daughter was in the back seat, so I was just trying to get in like my research for this.
Yeah.
And that song came on and it just knocked me fucking dead. I was just like,
Yeah, dude.
wow. I
It's
didn't realize how great the song was.
It's a fantastic song. Like
I have
that one really gets to me.
I think I have a slightly different take on this album than you guys. It ranks very high for me. And I think it's probably because it's the album I literally came in on.
Sure.
And you know how that works. Almost every time you get into a band, it's that first album that you're never. It's rare. It's rare. You know, like my first Rush album, Hemispheres. Nothing will touch that album. It's the greatest album ever written, ever. Sorry, guys. It just is. You know, and that's kind of, you know, when I do Rush, it's that middle period of, I love all Rush, but that's the album I almost always go to. Farewell to Kings, that, Moving Pictures, you know, that kind of thing. And I'm one of the real weirdos that really loves Caress of Steel, so there you go. But but this album really speaks to me. I would find it hard not to put this in the top 3. I've not heard the version that you have, Steve, so I'll have to look into buying it or grabbing it.
It's on Spotify.
Okay. We should mention again that Plybus leaves. Lee is still a guest member here yet. She's not actually a full-time member. John returns. Man, I fucking love Pressure. I love that shuffling. It's almost like it kind of in a weird way has that vibe of like when the levee breaks.
Oh yeah.
Just that crushing, heavy sort of like doomy, like you're marching on bodies down the hallway, and then it starts with marching down a hall through filled with misery. I don't care where you go, it ain't gonna, whatever. I fucking love this song. The solo isn't really a solo; it's just a wow, 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 wow. It's just this super cool thing, and then the way Vince sings it, it's creepy. Like just the whole thing's Pressure sounds. If I had to encapsulate it with one word, ominous.
Sure.
It just has this ominous feel to it. So I love that song, but it certainly Release would be the single for sure. No question. Really cool atmospheric intro with the cool synth bits over the repetitive acoustic line that's droning. The multi-track, then multi-track Vince has a bigger electronic role in this. You can hear, I even hear little bits of Mezzanine, Massive Attack in this song. If you listen to it, it definitely has that down, angel sort of vibe to it, like really cool and trippy. And Massive Attack is a favorite of mine. That when the heavy riff kicks in, it's killer as fuck. You got the hold on to me, and it's just behind these cold psychotic eyes, you're just like, yes. Looking Outside, another John track. It's kind of, I guess you'd almost call it like the proggy epic track on here. It's heavy, man. The part where it gets into the real heavy da 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 bow down 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 down. It's so good, man. Love that track. Leave No Trace.
Oh, big fan of that one.
None of you guys mentioned this song. I'm blown away.
I love this song.
All right, what did I say was my favorite song? Did I say yet? I didn't say. This song and Barriers are the two outstanding tracks on this album. This, I believe, Leave No Trace is Vince's song, I think. Am I right?
Mm-hmm. I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, it's all Vince. which just shows what a great fucking songwriter he is as well. But when he does the here and how's it go? We are gone in a heartbeat, a dream in the passage of time. It's just beautiful. His voice on this is fucking magical, man. It's just, I remember when I met Vince, I'm like, dude, that song takes me to another place. It just takes me away from all my problems. It's like a narcotic. It's just amazing. So that's definitely there. Underworld, I love that track. It's groovy. It's kind of anxious and ugly. It's got like an anxious energy to it that makes you almost nervous, you know. Barriers, again, mostly keyboard track. That watery Rhodes sound. I love a Fender Rhodes. Just love it to death. Lee sounds sublime, and the track takes a dark and menacing turn as it moves into that swirling psychedelic chorus, which is just probably the high point of the album overall, is that chorus. It's one of Danny's masterpiece tracks, my sleeper track. Panic, I'm like you, D. I don't love it. It's probably the one song on there I probably would skip if I had
Kind of the weak track, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a punk song. It's got a little bit of a punk vibe
Almost,
to it.
yeah.
And then A Fine Day to Exit. I will say that this album kind of ends a little bit on a sleepier mode. Like, it doesn't have like the crushing endings that some of the other albums had, but the Fine Day to Exit's sort of a slow burn. I love that track, but it just isn't as memorable as the rest of the album for me. And then Temporary Peace is really gorgeous.
Yeah.
Calming, beautiful. You get the waves crashing. You get the roosters crowing. You got the Monty Python ducks, chickens, and all the weird shit that they're doing there. Was it necessary to leave a 17-minute thing on there? But that was the thing that was going on in the late 90s and the 2000s. Yeah. Everybody was doing that. Let's fill a whole 70-minute CD and we'll just put some fucking garbage on there. And that's kind of pointless. You know what I mean? That said, it's still a 9.5 out of 10 for me. I love this album. I just love it. I don't. We'll see where it racks up and where it slots in at the end when we do this. And Derek's probably going, oh my God, do we have to do another 4 hours with this guy coming up again?
Oh, come on, man. I've been here before.
We did, by the way, we did talk a good 45 minutes about all kind of other stuff before we got into the stuff. So we'll move a little quicker, I think. When
I know what I'm signing up for when I do this.
Okay, I know. I appreciate that. And I love you guys for that. I really do. Really.
Oh, he's gone again. He swiped himself out.
I have my work cut out for me for part 2.
Here we go again. I did it again. When I have my laptop up, I've got the window for our thing, and then I have to minimize it to get my notes section up on the right here. And I keep thinking I can just slide right over there and do that. When I do it, it kicks me out of the session. So, but so final thoughts on this first era, the first half, I guess we could call it, of the Anathema catalog. If there's anything you want to just say to kind of encapsulate it, and then we'll get you out of here.
What an unbelievable run of records.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Derek.
That's it. It's just like, you have like what? We covered like what, 6 full-length albums? 1,
7.
2, 3, 7, and they're
7
all
and 2 EPs.
And they're all like B+ or above. Like, that's crazy.
They're close to A's for me.
You know what I mean, though? Like, I'm being nice. Like,
yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, that and just like the evolution and diversity, and actually, like, that's a lot of records for a decade too.
Yeah.
Like Fine Day came out, I think. They came out in like 2000, 2001. But like that's so much material to write in a decade. It's just insane. Like to talk about it and kind of map it out to see like where they started and how quickly they got there. Really, it didn't take them long.
Dude, it's crazy.
And I mean, the other thing again is to point out that at that point in time, these guys were full-time musicians. I doubt they were working jobs. I'm pretty sure they weren't. And if they were, that was, part-time shit. And they were, Danny was very driven, man. I mean, we've heard some interesting commentary about him, but he really was kind of the glue that kind of moved things forward with Vince. and continued to pursue this thing and do it, you know.
I mean, we obviously just sat here for 4 hours talking about it, and but I mean, I mentioned earlier too, like, just at least for me personally, it's just such a important band for me, like for
Same.
in my my musical development and like things I was like hearing, and but also just like been listening to these albums my whole life, so it's just hearing. I have so many like memories and just like emotions attached for all these records for like various points of my life.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Steve.
It's pretty intense.
Just a question. The reason I do these is to make myself go back and actively listen, as opposed to just having it on in the car when I'm driving to Philly to a show or where I'm distracted by everything. I am locked in when I start listening to these albums. And I don't know about you, but what I found was I had so many moments where I went, holy fuck, or oh my God, like I forgot how amazing that was. Or, and that's a special thing, man. When you can make, we're all fans, right?
Yeah.
We're all fans. And it's a pretty incredible thing when you can write a body of work that makes long-term fans like all of us guys, me, real long-term, not in terms of years, we're about the same, but I got into them older than you guys. I didn't really start into them until I was almost 30. I was probably like in my late 20s, right? And to actually sit there and be able to kind of go, wow, I totally forgot, like Barriers. I totally forgot.
Yeah.
Or Without a Trace, like what the fuck? Once it kicked in and started going, I'm like, oh my God, why haven't I listened to this album more recently? Why haven't I done that?
And there are moments like that too, like all like up to this, like you can name a song and I can just hear it in my head. Like I didn't have to do any work for this. The only thing I had listened to really was the demos.
Okay.
Like everything else,
I did. I had to reacquaint myself.
I went in, I was just like, I know all this shit. Like we can talk about it. But yeah, you mentioned it when we were like, one thing that stood out to me is when we were talking about Eternity and Derrick started talking about the guitar, like a guitar solo. I started hearing it, and then I started like hearing the guitar solos, the other songs in my head. I'm like, wow, this album has a lot of great guitar solos, and I never really put that together.
Yeah. So that's why we do these, and it's why they're a lot of fun. And I got to thank you guys for giving up a huge portion of your night. We just did like a half a day's work here.
Cheers, man.
What's that?
I said cheers. It was fun.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Great
So
time.
I'll connect with you guys again soon-ish, and you'll probably like all my DMs will go unopened. It'll be like, Steve, are we doing part 2? Steve, are you alive out there? No, just kidding. But we'll get that sorted out. I did invite Phil, Mr. Phil Tugas, but he did say to me, well, you did my favorite part. He's not as into the later stuff as
I was going to say, he doesn't like those records.
We'll see. We'll see what he says. If he's not into it, we'll see. But if not, but my good friend Jimmy loves the latter stuff, so he's definitely going to be joining us. And we'll just get right into it. We don't have to set the table and kind of dig in and stuff like that. But and I got to do this all again in 3 days with Amorphous and wrap that catalog up. So
Phil would have done a great job with the demos.
Yeah, he would have.
Oh yeah, he would have been all over that.
You could
shit,
do 4
man.
hours of the demos with him.
Yeah, exactly. Would have
Bonus
talked 4 hours of the
content.
demos. Yeah. We're gonna do with him, and I'll see whether you guys are into it too. We're gonna do something more along the lines of like obscure prog metal that you should know about that maybe you don't, like weird stuff that is not the run of the mill stuff. You know, like something like Kadath Decoded from Payne's Gray. You guys ever hear that German band?
No.
Super fucking cool, man. It's in the Dream Theater, but less wanky and very cool. All Cthulhu based lyrics, but still very progressive and
Sick.
even synthy. So I mean, that'd be a fun one because Phil's all over that kind of stuff. He's always chasing down the most radically weird shit. Yeah. So all right, last thing. I just need to throw out a couple quickies. For upcoming events. So Wednesday at noon, my time, Eastern, I've got Yuha Ravios from Swallow the Sun. coming on. Going to interview Yuha. That's it. Going to have him on, which is super cool because I love Swallow the Sun. They got a new album coming out in October. And then later that night, we're doing the Amorphous Deep Dive with Jimmy, Peter, and my buddy Nick from Sea of Tranquility, Nick Franco. So that's the current stuff that's on tap for this week. We'll see where we go after that. And again, all these gentlemen's links and band links and Facebooks and all that kind of good stuff is below me here in the description of the video. Guys, man, I cannot thank you enough for this. This has been awesome.
I had fun.
It's so awesome to talk about a band.
I went up to run something up to my wife, and she was like, "Oh, are you done?" I was like, "Fuck no!" So like 5 more albums. So
she probably looked at you, probably gave her the old eye roll, like "fuck." But yeah,
I don't have anyone to talk to these records about, so this was nice.
Same.
And that's the whole point. Like, it's just how pivotally important they are to our experience. You know, our metal experience, our music experience, the camaraderie that you have with other musicians and friends who love this stuff. You really can't buy that stuff. You really can't, you know?
No, for sure.
And so this has just been an awesome experience. When we pick it up, hopefully semi soon, we'll start with Fabulous Disaster. No,
Natural Disaster.
Fabulous Disaster. Who's that?
Exodus.
Duh. Yeah. And actually, interesting, real quick, and I'm going to remember to bring this. There's a video of Danny doing "Are You There?" at the offices of Kscope when they went to Kscope and started to put albums out for them. And he does a fingerpicked version of, you know, "Are You There?" You know, that track.
Mm.
And in the middle of it, it's the same chords as Kate Bush is running up that hill. So he starts doing running up the hill and then goes back into "Are You There?" It's super cool.
That's cool.
Yeah, and dude, man, he's a really, really good guitar player. Really good.
Nice.
So check that out. But anyways, everybody, thank you so much for being here tonight. Just you guys hang on for 1 sec.
Sure.
Appreciate everybody being here tonight, and share this video around. We'll let you know soon when part 2 comes up. And the guys will have me with my mouth taped shut. I won't be able to say anything. I'll just be like, so. But yeah, just absolutely awesome having both these guys with me tonight and doing this. So thank you everybody that was here, and we'll catch you on part 2 soon. All right.
Yep. Take it easy.
See ya.
All right, guys.